Chapter 1543. The moment the madman screamed, the nether beast called over by Wang Lin was startled. It stared dumbfoundedly at the madman and slowly recognized that the madman was that person from back then. After it recognized the madman, a thunderous roar came from the nether beast's soul. Its body trembled in fear, and its roar became even more intense. This roar made the madman even more afraid. He quickly retreated, and his face turned pale. If Wang Lin wasn't here, the nether beast would have escaped like crazy without any hesitation. However, the other side of its personality caused it to turn around after a brief moment of fear. Its expression became ferocious, and it let out another roar at the madman. Its giant body appeared and charged forward. The madman screamed once more and quickly retreated. However, the more he retreated, the more ferocious the nether beast became. It was about to close in on the madman. The two giant whiskers continued to shake, creating popping sounds. The nether beast was extremely excited. It had been scared away by others all its life and had never experienced the joy of scaring others. Now that it experienced it, even its soul was excited. The roar became even louder, and the nether beast closed in once more. Because it was too close, one of its whiskers touched the madman. The madman screamed and retreated. Similarly, because the whisker touched the madman, the nether beast trembled and retreated a bit. After maintaining a certain distance, it let out another ferocious roar to scare the madman. "Little Red, quickly come and save me. Go and let it eat you. Don't come and eat this king. This king really doesn't taste good." The madman's body trembled. He was completely scared out of his wits. Protect. Which warrior, quickly come and protect me." The madman had already lost control of his words and fell to the ground. His body trembled, and he continued to crawl back. His expression was miserable, and it was clear that he was terrified by the nether beast. Just as he was about to give up all hope, Wang Lin took a step forward and stood in front of the madman. At this moment, his figure made the madman feel extremely majestic. "You're still the best. You're really good to this king, even better than my brother. Hurry up and stop this vicious beast. It wants to eat this king. This king doesn't taste good." The madman's expression was one of excitement. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Wang Lin would stand in front of him. He was so touched that he almost forgot everything else. In his eyes, Wang Lin had become the only person he could rely on. "This king wants to reward you. This king will reward you with Little Red. This king will reward you with Little Silver. This king will also give you that tea-colored girl. This king has 40,000 beauties. I will give them all to you." Wang Lin didn't speak and raised his right hand. At the same time, he sent out a divine sense message. The nether beast was startled for a moment. With its intelligence, it didn't seem to understand what Wang Lin meant. It began to ponder Wang Lin's divine sense message. Although it was pondering, its body subconsciously wanted to rush toward Wang Lin and touch him with its head. In the madman's eyes, the nether beast was charging at Wang Lin. In an instant, the nether beast touched Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He retreated a few steps, grabbed the madman, and quickly retreated. Wang Lin's retreat caused the nether beast to be startled for a moment. It stared at Wang Lin with confusion in its eyes. It didn't understand why its master was retreating. It hadn't hit its master yet, but under Wang Lin's divine sense message, the nether beast chose to listen. In its eyes, this was a game its master wanted to play with it. Thinking about this, it became excited and let out a roar as it chased after Wang Lin. Its huge body moved, causing the world to change colors and thunderous rumbles to echo in all directions. Its momentum was shocking. It's coming again, it's coming again. It wants to eat me, it won't let me go." The madman screamed as he was caught by Wang Lin. There was even more regret in Wang Lin's eyes, but he hid it and didn't reveal it. "Warrior, save me. Warrior, save me. I'll let my big brother bestow you the title of king. I'll let my big brother give you all his concubines. Warrior, save me. This beast is extremely powerful. Even I'm not its match. This beast loves to eat humans the most. Furthermore, it puts a living incense in its mouth and slowly bites it into pieces. After that, it will continue to corrode the human body. It's fine if the human body is weak, as they will die in an instant. The scariest thing about this beast is that the human body is extremely hard to destroy. As such, the human body will continue to be bitten and corroded by the beast for thousands of years until they die. Wang Lin grabbed the madman and quickly retreated, but he couldn't outrun the nether beast. He had to maintain a certain distance, and the distance was very close. It was as if the nether beast's whiskers were right in front of him. This distance created a great amount of pressure on the madman, and it made him feel fear. Then what should we do? What should we do? Why don't you let it eat me? When it's full, maybe it won't eat me. The madman trembled and looked like he was about to cry. Tears soon appeared in his eyes. Wang Lin was so angry that he laughed. He turned to look at the madman and said, word for word, "Look at its huge body. Will eating one make you full?" The madman was startled and carefully looked at the nether beast chasing them. His face immediately turned pale, and he shook his head. "Unfortunately, I only have cultivation, but no spells to use. If I had those spells, perhaps I could drive this beast away." Wang Lin let out a sigh. "That's right, what should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die. I'm going to be eaten. It's over, it's over." The madman trembled, and his eyes were filled with despair. "I've been afraid of fierce beasts since I was a child, especially such a big one." Just at this moment, the two whiskers of the nether beast subconsciously swept past the madman. The wind blew into the madman's face, causing him to let out another miserable scream. The madman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "I know a spell! I know a spell! D-roar! That's right, I know it! This king is too smart. Hurry up and learn it. Once you learn it, you can chase this beast away." He didn't hesitate to blindly recite the chant and everything about the realm-burning umbrella. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart raced. He memorized the chant without missing a single detail. His eyes lit up, and he continued to verify it in his heart. The more he verified, the more serious he became. This chant was extremely accurate. Even a master of Rosefinch could only secretly learn it and didn't fully master it. However, this level of Dao technique was not something that could be learned immediately. It would take many years of secluded cultivation and constant enlightenment before one could truly unleash its power. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal, and millions of restrictions appeared. The realm-burning umbrella that he had secretly learned appeared. The moment the umbrella appeared, the nether beast's body trembled. Its eyes were filled with fear, and its mind was sluggish. It didn't understand what was happening and why its master was using the spell on it. The moment the umbrella appeared, it suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin quickly retreated with the madman and said, "It's still not enough." If it's not enough, then I have the Leaf family's heaven-shattering bow. I'll teach it to you. Quickly drive this beast away." The madman was very nervous and immediately recited the chant. After he finished speaking, he seemed to still be worried. When the whiskers of the nether beast swept by him, the madman immediately said, "I'll also tell you about the rainbow spell, but I can't say anything else. Even if I'm defeated by this beast, I can't say it." Wang Lin couldn't bear to push the madman too hard. If it wasn't for the fact that the spells were too useful to him, he wouldn't be like this. At this moment, he felt even more apologetic, but at the same time, there was karma in Wang Lin's heart. Although the madman's actions were a bit shameless, Wang Lin, would repay it several-fold in the future. Once a cultivator made a decision, they wouldn't hesitate anymore. Wang Lin was such a person. He had firmly remembered the madman's kindness and would never forget it. Even if he encountered a disaster in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to continue. All of this was because of the 4 words in his name: repay kindness. After memorizing the 7-colored lance and the Leaf family's heaven-shattering bow, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He raised his left hand and smashed down on the nether beast behind him. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin let go of his right hand and threw the madman down. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a thick fog surrounded him and the nether beast so the madman couldn't see. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The madman landed on the ground and trembled as he looked at the fog in the sky. He became excited. "You're not a warrior. You're this king's benefactor. My brother once said that I must repay kindness. Don't worry. After you die, I'll repay you. Don't worry and go block this big beast." As the madman spoke, he quickly got up and ran off into the distance without looking back. "Benefactor, have a safe trip. This king will definitely remember this and repay you." The madman ran faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense, but they didn't last for long. The fog dissipated and Wang Lin walked out. He looked at the madman in the distance and walked forward. The nether beast followed behind Wang Lin and ferociously chased after him. As the madman ran, he looked back and let out another miserable scream. He muttered, it's over, I'm going to be eaten this time." In his fear, he clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He stretched out his neck and shouted, "Eat, eat, what's the big deal? Eat." However, after waiting for a long time, the feeling of being eaten didn't appear. The madman slowly opened his eyes in fear and was startled. He looked at the beast that terrified him and revealed an intimate expression. He rubbed against Wang Lin. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the beast and gently patted it. "You subdued it? You actually subdued it." The madman was startled for a moment before his eyes became filled with fanaticism, and he stared at Wang Lin. "My brother said that there are many experts in the U-Star Great Sky, and you must be one of them. For this beast to make me so afraid, I reckon that even my brother can't subdue it. Expert, please accept me as your disciple. You must accept me as your disciple." Chapter 1544. Teacher, please accept disciple's bow. Inside the nether beast on the broken cultivation planet before Wang Lin, the madman knelt down and continued to kowtow. The madman directly knelt down and kowtowed continuously. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with fervent reverence. "I swear by my celestial ancestor that this king, Lien Daofei, is willing to take an expert as my teacher and will never betray the sect. Greetings, teacher." As the madman spoke, he raised his right hand and hit the spot between his eyebrows. A mysterious force came out from his body and charged toward Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, it entered Wang Lin's body. Even Wang Lin was startled by this scene. His original intention was to scare the madman and ask for the chant for the spell. He didn't expect such a turn of events to occur. "Teacher, quickly teach me how to subdue this beast. I want to learn this. Once I learn it, if I see a beast that wants to eat me again, I'll charge up and capture the moon concealment." The madman excitedly looked at Wang Lin as he sat down. His tone was very proud, and he thought in his heart, "Master, quickly teach me how to subdue this beast. I'm still the smartest. This time, I found an expert for my brother, and I can also learn a divine ability. This is a good deal, a very good deal. If my brother knew about this, he would definitely praise me." Wang Lin's expression became strange, and his right hand hit the nether beast. The nether beast immediately disappeared without a trace. The entire cultivation planet became silent, and only the two of them remained. His gaze fell on the madman's face, and Wang Lin revealed a smile. Wang Lin slowly said, "The spell to subdue this beast is very mysterious. Now is not the time to teach it to you. Teacher needs to know what other spells you know before I can choose." The madman's eyes turned, and he blinked. "I don't know any more, that's all. I've forgotten about the others. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it." Wang Lin smiled and changed the topic. "However, do you want to leave this place?" The madman's expression immediately became excited. He quickly stood up and nodded vigorously. He loudly said, "Yes, I've always wanted to leave this place, but I couldn't find a way out after searching for a long time. I can take you away, but I want to know what your strongest Dao technique is." Wang Lin chuckled as he sat cross-legged at the side. "The 9 absolute Daos of the immortal. Even my brother has only managed to figure out the 7th absolute Dao." After saying that, the madman immediately covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously. This is something that I can't tell you in detail. There's a Tao oath in my body, so if I tell you in detail, I'll suffer immortal punishment. The madman let go of his hand, but he didn't put it down. Instead, he pinched his nose and swept his gaze across Wang Lin. His current appearance did not seem to be what he had described at all. Wang Lin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Although he was greedy, he could only advance and retreat. He had already obtained a lot of good fortune from this person. If he continued to be greedy, it would be a bit too much. Also, the 4 incantations required a lot of time for Wang Lin to digest and comprehend each of them. He didn't have any extra time to ask for more spells. In 3 days, I'll take you away. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. He knew that time was of the essence, and he had to quickly obtain enough Tao fruit. Only then could he complete his plan and resolve the rejection force that was like a sword hanging over his head. In 3 days, he had to suppress the rejection force in his body to maintain a certain level of strength and complete the few remaining tasks. No, I've already taken you as my master. You cannot teach me a single spell. I don't agree. Hurry up and teach me your spells, or you'll be bullying me. When the madman saw that Wang Lin had closed his eyes, he immediately ran over to Wang Lin and began to roar again. His roars became louder and louder. Eventually, he got tired and sat down across from Wang Lin. You can't bully people like this. You can't bully people like this. I've already given you several divine ability incantations. If you want, you should give me a few as well. One is fine too. Little Red, don't you agree? There's no one like him, bullying this king like this. This king can endure it. But can you, Little Red? Wang Lin opened his eyes and waved his right hand. Immediately, a metal wind appeared and filled the sky. It turned into 9 golden dragons that roared and blew out waves of purple wind. This wind was extremely cold, and the moment it appeared, the earth cracked and froze. This spell, Call the Wind, I'll teach it to you. The madman looked up at the sky with disdain. Don't try to fool me. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to learn this little spell. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 9 dragons disappeared. His hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. The sky darkened and dark clouds gathered, covering the entire sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed and golden rain fell. The moment the rain fell, origin energy gathered. It's raining. Little Red, look, it's raining. The madman was startled. After looking for a while, he yawned and shook his head. Trying to fool me again? What kind of spell is this? I'm not going to learn it. Call the wind, summon the rain, scatter the beans, and mountain crumble. Wang Lin used them one by one, but the madman only took one look before shaking his head. His expression gradually became angry, and he roared at Wang Lin. You old ghost, you're so stingy. Can't you give me some good spells? You gone too far. Wang Lin stared at the madman and took a deep breath. He used the Heaven Reversal Stamp, Light and Shadow Escape, and even the Tao Spell Fusion that Tao Master Blue Dream had taught him. What is this? You call this Heaven Reversal? I'm not going to learn it. You're completely naked. What kind of spell is this? I'm not going to learn it. This Tao Spell Fusion is too weak. One mouthful of blood from this king is enough. I'm not going to learn it. Wang Lin frowned and slowly said, What exactly do you want to learn? The madman became even more angry and shouted, You just don't want to teach me. I want to learn the spell you used to subdue that big beast. Wang Lin felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a bit, his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The cultivation planet suddenly turned into an ocean. At the end of the ocean, the sun slowly appeared. The power of sundered night suddenly appeared. The madman's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. He pouted and shook his head. This is not bad, but I have something even more powerful than this. Impatience gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his right hand. The darkness and the sun disappeared, and a giant stone gate appeared. The power of time spread out in all directions. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and time rapidly moved as if it was going to pass tens of thousands of years. The madman carefully looked at it for a while and shook his head once more. This stone gate isn't as good as the gate of my mansion. What's there to see? I'm not going to learn it. No matter how good Wang Lin's temper was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He took a deep breath and displayed all the spells he had learned in his life for the madman to choose. However, in the end, the madman still shook his head. If it was just shaking his head, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the madman was even more angry than Wang Lin. His anger became even stronger, and he roared many times. "You are an expert. You can't only know these spells. You just don't want to teach me." "Enough." Wang Lin interrupted the madman's roar. He laughed from extreme anger and coldly said, "The last spell. If you don't want to learn it or not." With that, Wang Lin raised his right hand. He didn't even need to form a seal to use the first spell he had learned, the attraction spell. With his cultivation level, it was too easy for him to use the attraction spell he learned during Qi refinement. The moment the spell appeared, the earth trembled and a giant rock flew into the air. The madman was stunned. He stared at the rock in the air and his eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up, rubbed his eyes, and clapped his hands. "This is fun. Ha, this is fun. I want to learn it." Expert. Master is indeed an expert. To have such a great Dao spell. Wang Lin really couldn't be bothered with the madman. He took out a jade slip and imprinted the attraction spell on it. He threw it at the madman and closed his eyes to cultivate. The madman took the jade slip and immediately scanned it. His face lit up with joy as he jumped up and down. In almost an instant, he had learned the gravitational force technique. He let out a strange cry and quickly ran off into the distance. As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward, causing the ground to tremble and a rock to fall. "Fun, this is fun." The madman's face was filled with excitement, and he pointed with his finger again, causing dozens of stones to appear. He controlled the stones to spin around his body, and he himself spun along with the stones. In the end, he began to feel dizzy, but his expression was one of excitement, and he continued to laugh. As if this wasn't enough, the madman ran into the distance. He flew into the air and pointed at the earth. Countless cracks appeared in the ground, and large rocks flew into the air. They circled around his body, no less than 1,000. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He gradually hid the golden light in his eyes. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it. But when he opened his eyes and looked into the distance, Wang Lin frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the distance, the madman's laughter was filled with anger. There were tens of thousands of rocks around him, surrounding him like soldiers. There were also tens of thousands of rocks in front of him, like enemies. He had actually controlled so many rocks to clash with each other in midair. "Little girl, you never listen to me. I have an army of tens of thousands. If you dare to disobey me, I'll be angry." After roaring, the madwoman immediately ran to the large number of stones on the other side. She twisted her body and raised her orchid fingers, revealing a charming expression as she spoke in a soft voice. He revealed a charming expression and softly said, "You silver thief, come at me if you have the guts." Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that the madman was having fun, he let out a long sigh and walked forward. "Enough, let's go out and play." The madman didn't have enough, but he still excitedly followed behind Wang Lin. From time to time, he would look back at the rocks with reluctance in his eyes, as if he was considering whether or not to take them away. Wang Lin helplessly said, "There are plenty of them outside." The two of them walked further and further away, gradually disappearing from this world. Chapter 1545. How beautiful the outside world is. The little girls outside are so spectacular. There are so many people outside. Bursts of mournful howls echoed in the area where the nether beast was hiding. This voice contained a burst of excitement that seemed to have been suppressed for countless years. Along with the appearance of the voice, a dirty, skinny figure bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws kept roaring as it rushed around the area of rubble. Wang Lin was already used to the madman's noise, so he didn't pay attention to his crazy actions. He silently looked ahead, looked at the stars, and felt the familiar aura. The aura of home. Finally home. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with melancholy. He had a home. His home was in the brilliant void. His home was in Rosefinch. However, he no longer had a family, only souls. He didn't even know why he had to go home. It wasn't just for Shimizu, for Situ Nan, and the others, but deep in his heart, after thousands of years of wandering, there was an indescribable sense of clarity. It was as if there was a strange force in the brilliant void that he couldn't let go of, even if he no longer had a family. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. This sadness filled his entire life as he stared ahead. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes. There were no tears, only sadness. The madman's howls gradually weakened. He looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled expression. He scratched his head and walked forward. His eyes were filled with confusion. He had never seen Wang Lin like this before, but he could faintly feel the sadness from Wang Lin's soul. "Hey, little girl, what's wrong with you? Come and tell this king, did someone bully you? This king will stand up for you." The madman put his hands on his waist and raised his chin, revealing a mighty appearance. Wang Lin opened his eyes and didn't speak. He shook his head and stepped forward. He walked toward the stars in the distance with heavy steps. He walked very slowly, and his gaze fell on stars. Everything here gave him a familiar feeling. The clearer this feeling was, the stronger the melancholy in his heart became. He didn't know why this time he felt even sadder than when he came back from the Luo Tian. Perhaps this time he had experienced too much and walked too far. Don't be like this. You're making this king feel bad. This king really misses home. Little Red, Little Silver, you two damn fellows, why didn't you come find this king? I miss home. I want to go home. The madman followed Wang Lin and was slowly affected by Wang Lin's emotions. However, the madman's mood changed very quickly. It didn't take long for him to completely forget about his previous sadness and become excited once more. As he roared, he controlled the surrounding rubble to circle around him and charge forward. He was having a lot of fun. Wang Lin silently walked forward. He slowly buried the sadness and hid his exhaustion. He still had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't rest yet. Looking at the madman playing in the distance, but never getting too far away from him, Wang Lin revealed a hint of envy. He envied the madman's happiness. It was as if the madman would forget everything in the blink of an eye and would always find ways to make himself happy. This was something Wang Lin couldn't do. Just like this, the two of them walked deeper and deeper into the stars as the madman's happy laughter and hoarse roars echoed. It didn't take long before a giant cultivation planet appeared before them. This planet was about the same size as planet Tianyun, but the guardian planets around it were far larger than planet Tianyun. Wang Lin had never been to this planet before, so it was a bit unfamiliar. There were circles of ripples faintly reverberating around it, and they emanated the power of restrictions. The entire cultivation planet was completely silent. It was as if it was a dead land. There was no sound at all. As his gaze swept by, the madman also saw the cultivation planet. He immediately cheered. His eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. Wow, wow, wow. So many people, so many little girls. This place is good. This king can finally see other people. Fun, fun. The madman excitedly rubbed his hands as he turned to look at Wang Lin. I want to go there to play. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the cultivation planet. He didn't attract the attention of any cultivators on the planet, and he clearly saw everything about the cultivation planet. This was a rank 7 cultivation planet with a lot of mortals, and they were divided into nearly 100 countries. There were also a lot of cultivators, but most of them were at the first step. There weren't many second step cultivators. On the surface, the one with the highest cultivation level was at the Nirvana cleanser stage. However, there was a cave at the center of the planet, and there were 4 old monsters that were in closed-door cultivation. The strongest among them was at the 3rd Heaven's Blight, but that was only one person. The other 2 were at the 1st Heaven's Blight. The last person was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. The power of ice and fire alternated inside the cave at the center of the planet. These people were obviously using the power of ice and fire to suppress their blight in an attempt to slowly pass it. I have important things to do, so I can't accompany you to play. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew that no one here could hurt the madman. No problem. I'll go play by myself. If you follow, this king will feel uncomfortable. Even if you want to follow, this king won't agree." The madman let out a snort. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. He looked at the madman with a gentle gaze and slowly said, "Must you go here? You should stay with me. Once I'm done with my business, I'll take you to play." The madman shook his head and looked back at the planet. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he muttered to himself, "So many people, this place must be very fun. So many young women and a lot of cultivators. Ha! Didn't I run away to find a place like this to play? I'm not going anywhere else. I'm going here." Seeing the madman's expression, Wang Lin wryly smiled. After pondering a bit, he was still a bit worried. After all, the madman's mind was like that of a child. Even with the immortal body, he would inevitably be deceived. It was fine if he deceived himself, but he wouldn't allow others to deceive this madman. Wang Lin had a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. This madman had given him a great fortune, so he wouldn't allow anyone to harm this madman at all. No. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and a ray of golden light shot toward the madman. The golden light surrounded the madman and took him away. The madman's eyes were immediately filled with anger. He roared and struggled inside the golden light. It was unknown what spell he used, but he escaped from the golden light. He was filled with anger and pride as he roared at Wang Lin. "Damn it! You dare to control this king? Even my big brother can't control me. If this king wants to go play, then I must go. So what if you're this king's teacher?" "Humph, humph. How many teachers does this king have? Let me count. 1, 3, 8. I forget, there are too many. Who dares to control me? I must go play." The madman glared at Wang Lin. He bared his teeth and revealed a fierce expression. Wang Lin coldly stared at the madman. He liked to be quiet, and he wasn't someone who liked to spoil others. When he heard the madman's determined words, he let out a cold snort and reached out with his right hand. A crack to his storage space opened, and 2 rays of light flew out. An excited roar came from the first ray of light. "I'm not going back. No matter what, I'm not going back. Every time you need me, you throw me out, and every time you don't, you throw me back. Although I'm a sword spirit, I've contributed a lot to a fiend like you. You can't do this to me." It was the filthy Su Ligua. He flashed out from the light, and when he appeared, he immediately saw the madman. The madman was startled for a moment and then looked at Su Ligua. After the two of them looked at each other for a long time, a head came out from the second ray of light that Wang Lin threw out. It was Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao carefully looked around and then carefully looked at the madman. He coughed a few times and walked out from the light. "The two of you accompany him and wait for me on this cultivation planet. During this time, don't let him get hurt at all." Wang Lin rarely spoke, or else his words would give off a sense of majesty. After his gaze swept by the madman, Wang Lin turned around and walked into the distance. He thought that with Su Ligua, who had a decent cultivation level, and Lu Jinbiao, who was good at reading people's expressions, the madman should be fine on this cultivation planet. As a result, he was able to relax. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared among the stars toward the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. "Senior Brother Shimizu, Wang Lin is here." After Wang Lin left, the madman and Su Ligua stared at each other. After a long time, both of them spoke at the same time. "Little girl, tell this king, what is your name? Which one are you?" Su Ligua was startled and immediately became angry. He viciously stared at the madman and said, "Who is a little girl? I'm a man." The madman laughed and pointed at Su Ligua. He wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he held his stomach and began to laugh. It was as if he was going to roll on the ground. "You're a man? Ha ha. Ah, Little Red, come and see. This sword spirit says he's not a little girl. Ha ha. This king is going to die of laughter. Ah, is it raining? Oh, Little Red, it's raining. Quickly, go get me an umbrella." As the madman muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with confusion. He gradually stopped laughing and stared at Su Ligua. Being stared at by the madman, Su Ligua blinked. His expression was very strange. He looked at Lu Jinbiao, who was still staring at the madman, and gave him a questioning look. Lu Jinbiao's expression was serious as he walked up and looked at the madman. After observing the madman's face for a long time, he looked at Su Ligua and nodded. He revealed a smile, but no matter how you looked at it, this smile was a bit tired. Madman? Yes, a madman, no anchor. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao's eyes met, and they slowly turned at the same time, smiling at the madman. Chapter 1546. Wang Lin moved through the stars by himself. His body was powerful, so even when he encountered spatial rifts, he didn't avoid them. The moment the spatial rifts touched him, they collapsed and couldn't harm him at all. There was a faint, golden glow inside his body. As he moved forward, the star system seemed to shrink under his feet. With each step, he moved endlessly. Without the madman following him, Wang Lin's speed reached a peak. He was a long way from the Alliance headquarters, but Wang Lin only took 3 steps to sweep across the star system. When his first step landed, a large amount of cultivators from the brilliant void were setting up a formation. No one noticed Wang Lin's appearance. Most of them felt a faint ripple in the starry sky, but it immediately dissipated. Master Lu Fu was among these cultivators. There were very few third-step cultivators in the brilliant void, and there weren't many who knew about ancient formations. As a result, Master Lu Fu had been invited by Master Hongshan to set up a formation for him. Even he only felt his vision blur, as if someone had passed by. His expression suddenly became serious. It seems like someone just passed by. A very familiar aura. Master Lu Fu looked forward, and after a long time, he shook his head. This aura is very similar to him. However, after a few decades, there has been no news of him. Perhaps my eyes are playing tricks on me. Master Lu Fu's expression was a bit sad. As Wang Lin moved forward, he also saw Master Lu Fu. However, time was of the essence, so he didn't stop and took the second step. With this second step, he had already arrived near the center of the brilliant void star field. This was a spacious area, but there were countless spatial cracks that appeared like scars. It was as if a great battle had taken place here a few years ago. This battle was very intense and had caused space itself to collapse. It was due to the collapse of space itself and the countless spatial rifts that this place seemed to be separated from the brilliant void. Even divine sense would find it difficult to cover this place. In addition, there was a faint ripple that revolved around the area. As a result, it completely blocked the probing of divine sense, causing this place to become a divine sense forbidden space. There was even a faint smell of blood here that lingered for a long time. It was proof of how tragic this place was back then. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance hadn't reached such a degree of collapse. There was only one explanation for this. I don't know how many years have passed since I was inside the Nether Beast, and I don't know how many times the war against the Outer Realm has started. Those 7 color realms should have been found and destroyed. Wang Lin silently pondered and took another step. However, before he could take another step, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were 3 rays of light flying through the stars. The one in front was an inner realm cultivator. He was an old man with a pale face and constantly coughed out blood. However, his expression was ferocious as he gritted his teeth and flew. Behind him were 2 outer realm cultivators with marks between their eyebrows. The marks between their eyebrows were different. One was from the Fire Sparrow clan, and the other was from the Heavenly Wolf clan. The 2 of them had gloomy expressions and revealed cruel gazes. As they chased, the Fire Sparrow clan cultivator sneered and waved his right hand. A flame suddenly came out from between his eyebrows. Master Flamespark, you have come here several times. Do you think this place is your inner realm's land? I'll let you go a few times before, but this time, you should stay. The flame roared and rushed toward the old man like a sea of fire. This old man was Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with madness as he let out a roar. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. More than a dozen fragments appeared behind him and collided with the sea of fire. There was a thunderous bang, and the shockwave spread in all directions. Master Flamespark coughed out a mouthful of blood and borrowed the force of the shockwave to charge forward like crazy. The fragments behind him were burned by the sea of fire, and 3 of them collapsed. The rest were pushed back and followed Master Flamespark. If it wasn't for the fact that my Sovereign Council's vice head, esteemed teacher Tian Zhao, had an agreement with your inner realm to postpone the war, the entire brilliant void would have belonged to my Tai G-star system. There was contempt in the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator's eyes as he pointed at Master Flamespark. A wolf howl came from behind him, and a green wolf thousands of feet long appeared. It charged out and attempted to devour Master Flamespark. These 2 cultivators from the ancient star system were both at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, the same cultivation level as Master Flamespark. The fact that Master Flamespark was able to last until now and escape to this point showed how powerful he was. The moment the green wolf closed in, Master Flamespark suddenly turned around. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood that landed on the more than 10 fragments behind him. He had a ferocious expression and shouted, "Explode!" Rumbling sounds rang out once more as the fragments exploded at the same time, turning into a powerful destructive force that shot towards the green wolf. Rumbling sounds echoed in all directions, and the green wolf let out a miserable shriek as its body suddenly collapsed. However, at the same time, Master Flamespark's body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he staggered back. Remnant Outer Realm Cultivators. If Master Hongshan wasn't trapped, if Master South Cloud had come out of closed-door cultivation, if the Lord of the Sealed Realm hadn't disappeared, how could you all be so arrogant? Master Flamespark's voice was mournful and his eyes were filled with madness. He knew that as long as he escaped this area, they wouldn't chase him anymore. After all, without the sense restriction here, he could use spatial bending to escape. Even if they wanted to chase him, they would have to be cautious. However, there was still some distance to the edge of this area. Master Flamespark clenched his teeth and retreated with all his might. Under the impact of the collapse, the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator and the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator got closer and closer. Ridiculous! Forget about Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud. What is the Lord of the Sealed Realm you speak of? This person was only lucky back then and even gave up his life. He is clearly dead, yet you insist on saying he is missing. The Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator's eyes were filled with hatred. As he spoke, his right hand formed a seal, and a black firebird flew out. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is dead. You all know this better than us. Otherwise, why didn't he appear during the second and third battles? Otherwise, why didn't he appear when Master Hongshan was trapped? Lord of the Sealed Realm? This is just a false name you all use. In the eyes of the old man, he is just a child. The Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator's words were sharp. His right hand formed a seal, and a large amount of green hair grew out of his right arm. Although Master Flamespark's expression was bleak, he still laughed like crazy. He pointed at the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator and laughed ferociously. Is it funny? I, the Lord of the Sealed Realm, killed your Fire Sparrow Clan's ancestor as easily as taking something out of my pocket. I killed him before more than 100,000 Outer Realm cultivators. Did you hear his shrill scream before he died? Monstrous killing intent appeared in the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator's eyes. This was the pain of their entire Fire Sparrow Clan. And you, Heavenly Wolf Clan, your ancestor is a slave of my Lord of the Sealed Realm. Although he escaped, did you see a day where he wasn't afraid? A day where he wasn't afraid. The expression of the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator changed, and the green hair on his right arm grew until it covered most of his body. He raised his hand, and a giant wave appeared on his right arm. Go to the underworld river and find your Lord of the Sealed Realm. The moment the roar filled with killing intent came out, the Heavenly Wolf Clan cultivator waved his right arm. A shocking wolf howl echoed, and his right arm separated from his body. It turned into a giant wolf and charged at Master Flamespark. At the same time, the Fire Sparrow Clan cultivator also let out a roar. The giant black firebird behind him flapped its wings, and a monstrous sea of fire rushed toward Master Flamespark along with the giant wolf. All of this happened in an instant. Master Flamespark let out a miserable smile and gave up the thought of escaping. His eyes were filled with madness, and his heroic spirit increased greatly. Death, the old man isn't afraid. Even if I die, I want to die with a bang. He laughed like crazy, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. His body seemed to be burning in exchange for the explosive power of his life. The black fire bird brought with it a monstrous flame, and the giant wolf brought with it a ferocious wind as it closed in. The Fire Sparrow clan cultivator and the Heavenly Wolf clan cultivator revealed cruel expressions. The two of them seemed to be able to imagine that their opponent would be destroyed in an instant. Even if they self-destructed, it would be useless in this knowledge space. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A very ordinary-looking right hand had unknowingly appeared behind Master Flamespark. It gently grabbed Master Flamespark and gently pulled him to the side. The fire on Master Flamespark's body was extinguished and Master Flamespark was led to the side. Shortly after, a figure in white suddenly appeared. His expression was gloomy, and the moment he appeared, he suddenly raised his head. 2 rays of golden light shined from his eyes. This golden light was heaven-shaking. The moment it appeared, it lit up the entire star system, making it look like a golden world. Scram! The moment the golden light appeared, an extremely cold voice that caused the scalps of the 2 Outer Realm cultivators to go numb and almost lose their wits echoed. The 2 of them were familiar with this voice. This voice was the nightmare in their memories. It was the source of fear that they couldn't erase when they were in the 3rd wave of cultivators. This was especially so when they saw that figure clearly. The only hope they had in the depths of their hearts collapsed with a bang. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm. A mournful voice that was distorted by indescribable fear came from the 2 of them. That voice was miserable enough to make one's hair stand on end. This kind of voice could only come from a person's mouth when their mind was about to collapse. Lord of the Sealed Realm Wong Lin. The last voice was filled with shock and unimaginable joy. It was Master Flamespark, who was at a loss and filled with disbelief. I'm back. Chapter 1547. While suffocating, the Fire Sparrow clan cultivator's face turned pale, and he retreated like crazy. He didn't know if he could escape, but the only thought in his mind was to escape, escape, escape. However, forget him. Even if the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was reborn, he wouldn't be able to resist Wong Lin. At this moment, the golden light came from Wong Lin's eyes and shrouded the entire star domain. The countless spatial rifts were swept by the golden light, and all collapsed. As for the Fire Sparrow clan cultivator, he only retreated half a step before his body was surrounded by the golden light. He let out a miserable scream, and everything disappeared. His origin soul didn't have any ability to resist and directly collapsed. Even the giant black firebird that was about to devour Master Flamespark revealed monstrous fear when it saw the golden light. It seemed to have a spirit and retreated in fear. However, as the golden light spread out, it erased everything. The Heavenly Wolf clan cultivator's body trembled. He couldn't see the death of his companion, and everything before him was replaced by the golden light. He vaguely saw Wong Lin's blurry figure behind the golden light. This figure had been his nightmare for decades. He could never forget the figure that had held a giant axe and prevented tens of thousands of cultivators from leaving by himself. He had prevented tens of thousands of cultivators from entering the realm-sealing formation. That was the name of the Eternal Realm cultivator, the Lord of the Sealed Realm. With one in charge, tens of thousands of cultivators didn't dare to take half a step forward. In particular, the power of that axe had destroyed countless cultivators of the 3rd wave and left behind a huge ravine that was still there. Every time he passed by that ravine, his mind would tremble. He would never forget how he had stood next to the ravine that was now his own. The moment his opponent had swung his axe down, many of his companions had died. He was the only one who had managed to survive. That was a nightmare that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life, and he had fled in panic. Today, he once again saw this terrifying figure. Under this indescribable fear, the Heavenly Wolf Clan's Shio too went crazy from fear. It was not insanity, but insanity. As he let out a miserable laugh, this cultivator forgot to retreat. His skin melted and his origin soul collapsed. Everything in his body disappeared in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. For Wang Lin, killing these two little outer realm cultivators was like crushing ants. He turned around and looked at the startled and excited Master Flamespark. Luo Tian's Northwest Battlefront Vice Commander, rank 5 on the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Sher San. Master Flamespark greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Master Flamespark was excited as he waved his sleeves and clasped his hands. Lord of the Sealed Realm, the inner realm has lost. The seven-colored realm was left behind by the sovereign tens of thousands of years ago. After you disappeared, Senior Hongshan and the others mobilized all the power in the inner realm to search. In the end, including the Alliance headquarters, they only found 5 places. However, no one would have thought that these 5 seven-colored realms were part of the Sovereign's plan. The moment 2 of them were opened, a large amount of outer realm cultivators rushed out. The second battle suddenly began. The 5 seven-colored realms became 5 passages into the inner realm and were all occupied by the outer realm cultivators. They used the 7-colored realms as a foundation to slaughter their way into the inner realm. The casualties were heavy. During the second battle, Senior Hongshan was sealed by the Cold-Robed Boy and the third-step cultivators of the outer realm. He was trapped in the 7-colored realm of the Summoned River and suppressed by 30,000 outer realm cultivators. The one on my sealed realm battle platform is one of his avatars. Senior Master South Cloud was seriously injured by the Sovereign and is in closed-door cultivation. Even now, there are no signs of him coming out. The second battle affected the 4 major star systems. At the most critical moment, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin came out of the Rain Celestial Realm and led the inner realm cultivators to fight to the death. There were also the third-step cultivators of the Summoned River delaying the outer realm, but that wasn't enough to stop the outer realm army from closing in. In particular, the third-step cultivators of the outer realm were far more powerful than our inner realm. In the end, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin used an ancient celestial spell to summon the ancient light to seal the connection between the 7-colored realm and the outer realm. This made it so that the inner and outer realms couldn't pass through for a short period of time. Only then did they barely survive the second battle. The cultivators of the ancient star system that entered the inner realm were divided into 5 armies that remained in the 5 7-colored realms. They were like 5 nails that couldn't be removed. The battle calmed down for a short period of time. With the ancient light, it would take some time for the outer realm's Tai G star system to break open. After the third-step cultivators of the inner realm recovered, they gathered all the remaining cultivators and began the third battle. The purpose of this battle was to shatter these 5 7-colored realms. However, in the end, only 3 were destroyed. Both sides suffered too many casualties, and several third-step cultivators from the outer realm died. My inner realm suffered the same fate. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin was seriously injured. 2 third-step cultivators from the Summoned River died, and the rest had to go into closed-door cultivation to recover. Now is the 9th year after the third battle. According to the calculations of Master Hongshan's avatar, it won't be long before the ancient light is broken by the outer realm. At that time, the outer realm cultivators will arrive again and erupt with the remaining 2 7-colored realms. The inner realm is in danger. Master Flamespar spoke very quickly and quickly told Wang Lin everything that had happened over the years. He had been seriously injured in the third battle, and his cultivation hadn't recovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased by those 2 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Now that he was agitated, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was extremely bleak. His injuries had erupted, and he was on the verge of death. Lord of the Sealed Realm, the inner realm is in danger. The Luo Tian doesn't have the 7 colored realms, and the cloud sea was broken by you. After you disappeared, we found 5 realms. One of them was in the brilliant void realm, and the other 4 were all in the summoned river. As a result, when the second battle began, the summoned river fell. Even now, the summoned river cannot be controlled by the inner realm. The outer realm cultivators have taken the remaining 7 colored realm as their base and abused the cultivators of the summoned river. The cloud sea almost collapsed due to the battle, but it was still under the control of the inner realm. The Luo Tian was the most peaceful and didn't collapse much. However, the brilliant void was similar to the summoned river. Due to the 7 colored realm in the Alliance headquarters, this place seemed to be split and was controlled by the outer realm and the ancient star system. Senior Hongshan had wanted to destroy the remaining 2 T-colored realms many times. He was worried that during the Fourth War, the inner and outer realms would go to war because of these 2 7-colored realms. However, he had tried many times, and the inner realm was no longer able to destroy them. Everyone is in closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin silently pondered, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He didn't expect the time he had spent in the Nether Beast to be so different from the outside world. The summoned river has fallen. The Alliance headquarters is occupied by the outer realm cultivators. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. "Why are you here?" Under the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, the golden light unconsciously appeared and landed in Master Flamespark's eyes. This caused Master Flamespark's mind to tremble. This golden light made him feel like he was an ant, and the other person was like a celestial. He had long seen that the current Wang Lin was even stronger than before. The Lord of the Sealed Realm once said that he would come here. I didn't believe that the Lord of the Sealed Realm was dead. I guessed that once you appeared, you would come here immediately. That's why I've come here many times over the years. In addition, I also have Master Hongshan's order to keep an eye on the 7-colored realm and report back. Master Flamespark's expression was respectful, and he didn't dare to look at Wang Lin's eyes. That golden light caused him to feel fear and panic. Wang Lin silently raised his right hand and waved at Master Flamespark. A ray of golden light shot out and entered Master Flamespark's body. Master Flamespark's body trembled and the veins on his face swelled. Large amounts of sweat came out, but his eyes became even brighter. A moment later, he let out a painful roar. The sweat that flowed out of his body was pitch black and gave off a faint stench. However, the aura on his body immediately condensed from its previously scattered state, and there were faint signs that he was about to make a breakthrough. A moment later, Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and his white hair suddenly turned black. He went from an old man to a middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked down at his body. He became even more excited. Thank you, Lord of the Sealed Realm. Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and he bowed deeply at Wang Lin. He clearly felt that when the golden light entered his body, it was as if he had been reborn. The golden light contained a suffocating power that changed everything about him. He didn't know what this golden light was, but he vaguely guessed that the origin of this light must be very powerful. "Follow me, and we'll destroy this world." Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the former Alliance headquarters. It was now occupied by the Outer Realm cultivators, and he walked toward the T-colored tribe. These words revealed a sense of confidence and determination. When Master Flamespark heard this, he felt an indescribable sense of confidence. It was as if as long as Wang Lin went, no matter how dangerous the 7-colored realm was, the Alliance headquarters wouldn't be able to stop him. No matter how much power they had, they wouldn't be able to withstand Wang Lin's arrival. There was a flash of killing intent in Master Flamespark's eyes. He fiercely nodded as he suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed behind Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin's back, which was giving off a golden glow. For a moment, he felt like Wang Lin didn't belong to this world. That golden light made him feel awe, and he even had the urge to worship it. "Lord of the Sealed Realm, Inside the seven-colored realm of the Alliance headquarters is the vice-head of the Sovereign Council, esteemed teacher Tianzhao. He is also a third-step cultivator and is at the early stage of Spirit Void. Also, the Alliance headquarters still has a large amount of treasures and formations left behind by the Alliance. Even Master Zhong Xian didn't die and has become a lackey of the Outer Realm. Master Flamespark respectfully said as he followed behind Wang Lin. No problem. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he got closer and closer to the Alliance headquarters. Chapter 1548. These two simple words caused Master Flamespark's gaze toward Wang Lin to become even more respectful. Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't reveal any joy or anger. Only the coldness in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze the space before him. He took the last step. With this step, space distorted and the countless spatial rifts collapsed. Wang Lin took Master Flamespark across the endless distance and appeared outside the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. There was a giant vortex silently rotating before Wang Lin. Every time it rotated, origin energy would be absorbed by the vortex. Looking at the giant vortex before him, there was a flash of reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes. This was a place he couldn't enter back then, or rather, he wasn't qualified to enter. This was the peak of the brilliant void, the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, when he was still Cultivator Suzuko. Back then, the Cultivation Alliance was the overlord of the brilliant void, and it was powerful enough to sweep across the brilliant void. Due to the battle with All Heaven and Qing Shui's departure, the Alliance had been torn apart for some unknown reason. The headquarters had been locked down from the inside. Now Wang Lin was standing here, looking at the Alliance headquarters, and he muttered words only he could hear. Senior brother Shimizu, you have to live. Wang Lin let out a sigh and raised his right hand. He pointed at the giant vortex that hadn't stopped for countless years. With this point of his finger, there was a flash of golden light from the tip of Wang Lin's finger. It turned into a ray of golden light and flew into the vortex. The moment the golden light landed, a thunderous rumble echoed. The whirlpool trembled and slowly stopped spinning. This scene caused Master Flamespark's eyes to widen. Although he had already guessed how powerful Wang Lin was, when he saw Wang Lin stop the vortex with a point of his finger, he was still shocked. As an elder of the Cultivation Alliance, he clearly knew that this vortex was the first seal the Cultivation Alliance had created. It could also be called the First Gate. This sealed vortex had been obtained by the people of the Cultivation Alliance in the Rain Celestial Realm. Later generations continued to supplement it, and it became an extremely powerful restriction formation. As long as it operated, it would never stop. It would constantly draw in the power of heaven and earth from the starry sky and fuse it into the array, making it even more powerful. Even during the battle 10 years ago, although the inner realm cultivators had split up to go to the seven-colored realms, there were still many that came. Even when these cultivators joined forces, along with Master Lu Fu and a third-step cultivator from the Summoned River, they weren't able to stop the vortex formation. They only slowed it down a bit. When Master Flamespark saw Wang Lin casually point with his finger, the vortex let out a loud rumble, as if it couldn't withstand it anymore. It was as if a powerful force had stopped it, and he was completely startled. What cultivation level is this? Master Flamespark looked at Wang Lin's back in terror, and his mind went blank. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he pointed with his right index finger. The moment the vortex stopped, he waved his finger and the vortex rumbled once more. At the same time, roars came from the vortex, and thousands of cultivators walked out. They all had marks between their eyebrows. They were Outer Realm cultivators. Who dares to break the Outer Realm? Inner Realm cultivators, you're all courting death. Ha! After so many years of peace, someone finally came to break the realm. The old man wants to see how many people came this time. After these people appeared, they all revealed ferocious expressions, but there was even more bloodthirst in their eyes. They had stopped for a long time, and their urge to kill had been suppressed for many years. Today, They finally saw someone dare to break the realm, so they couldn't help but become excited. In an instant, a large amount of cultivators rushed out and filled the vortex. They gave off a monstrous aura, and their roars shook the stars. Only two people, mere two cultivators, dared to come here. This person. These thousands of cultivators were originally ferocious, but when they saw Wang Lin's indifferent face, they were startled, and their expressions changed greatly. Their ferocity and excitement suddenly collapsed, and were replaced by disbelief and monstrous panic. He is the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Isn't he dead? He is the Lord of the Sealed Realm. An uproar echoed like a huge wave. The thousands of cultivators that were charging out all retreated in shock. None of them dared to take half a step forward. Their expressions were filled with panic. Wang Lin's figure was a nightmare that they couldn't forget. Most of these cultivators were from the third wave. When they saw Wang Lin, the fear from back then reappeared. It really is him, the Lord of the Sealed Realm that killed countless Outer Realm cultivators and collapsed in the first battle. Some people had too deep of a memory, and when they saw Wang Lin, they screamed. They panicked as if they had forgotten everything and were about to retreat like crazy. The group of cultivators immediately fell into chaos. Seeing this, Master Flamespark's body trembled in excitement. He knew that among all the cultivators in the Inner Realm, only one person, Wang Lin, could do this. Just his appearance was enough to make the minds of these cultivators collapse. This kind of momentum, this kind of majesty, this kind of slaughter, no one else could replace it. This was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his right hand. The vortex rumbled, and a giant rift appeared. It was as if two giant hands had reached into the vortex and mercilessly tore it apart. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the rift at the center of the vortex was torn apart like crazy. Wang Lin walked forward. Although he looked slow, he was extremely fast as he charged at the vortex that had been torn apart. From afar, as Wang Lin moved forward, the vortex tore even faster. It was as if Wang Lin had become a sharp sword. Before the sword even closed in, the invisible sword energy could destroy everything in its path. It formed a semicircle, and the vortex that had stopped rotating completely split apart. The hundreds of cultivators screamed as they were affected by the collapse of the vortex. Their bodies exploded, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. As Wang Lin moved forward, he stepped into the vortex that had been torn apart. He raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped down. With a thunderous bang, space itself trembled and a cracking sound echoed. Cracks appeared under Wang Lin's feet, like a spiderweb. The moment they appeared, they scattered in all directions. Space itself seemed to collapse, and as it collapsed, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Golden light spread out, and a golden storm appeared. This storm seemed to blow up layers of space and cause the area around Wang Lin to be open like a painting. The thousands of cultivators that had charged out all died miserably under this golden storm. They didn't even have the ability to fight back. When the painting was opened, the space trembled and clearly revealed the Sealed Cultivation Alliance headquarters. This was a giant cultivation planet, and there were countless smaller planets around it. Bursts of blood light came from below the planet. At a glance, there was a crack under the planet, and the blood light was coming from this crack. Master Flamespark followed behind Wang Lin and looked at all of this. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the giant cultivation planet. He pointed forward and said, "Lord of the Sealed Realm, that is where the Cultivation Alliance headquarters is. Master Zhongxian is there." At the same time, killing sounds echoed, and Outer Realm cultivators rushed out from the surrounding planets. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 cultivators covered the sky. When they appeared and saw Wang Lin's face, their monstrous killing intent paused, and their expressions changed greatly. They recognized Wang Lin. Master Flamespark was nervous being stared at by these tens of thousands of cultivators. However, when he looked at Wang Lin, he immediately calmed down. Wang Lin's calm expression made it seem like all of this was nothing to him. Lord of the Sealed Realm? A sneer came from the giant cultivation planet, and a black fog appeared out of thin air. It rushed out like a pillar of smoke, and inside the pillar of smoke was an old man in a black robe. The moment the old man appeared, the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators became spirited. Master Flamespark quickly said, "He is esteemed teacher Tianzhao." Wang Lin's indifferent gaze fell on the black-robed old man, and he stepped forward. The moment he moved, the black-robed old man laughed. His hands formed a seal, and endless joss flames appeared. So what if he is the Lord of the Sealed Realm? Just wait and see how the old man will kill this Lord of the Sealed Realm. After killing him, the old man will be ranked first on the Taiji Star list. The black-robed old man sneered and also stepped forward. He waved his sleeves, and the joss flames around him condensed into 3 ferocious black dragons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. These 3 dragons were covered in thorns and had horns on their heads. As they roared, they charged out like 3 whips. The unique spirit energy of a spirit void cultivator and the strange murmuring sound of a disciple suddenly reverberated. Within the mouths of the 3 black dragons were 3 Joss Flame realms. There were also countless Joss Flame disciples sitting in the Joss Flame realms within the mouths of the black dragons. They were offering dense Joss Flame energy, causing the 3 black dragons to become 3 Joss Flame dragons. This was esteemed Tian Zhao's trump card. Even in the supreme auspicious star, it was a famous great divine art. These 3 black dragons were not inanimate objects. They were true dragon beasts that esteemed Tianzhao had risked great danger to capture from a strange place. After refining them for tens of thousands of years, esteemed Tianzhao had finally made the 3 black dragons worship him and become his Joss Flame soul heads. Chapter 1549. Although esteemed teacher Tianzhao's tone was arrogant and seemed contemptuous, his heart was very serious. Although he hadn't personally seen Wang Lin's appearance and the illustrious name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm in the past few decades, the name Lord of the Sealed Realm was like thunder in his ears. When he thought about how the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor had been cut in half by Wang Lin's axe, his pupils shrank. If that was it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, so he didn't consider him a threat. What really shocked him was the death of esteemed Nanzhao. Esteemed Nanzhao's cultivation level was the same as his, but in the end, esteemed teacher Tianzhao had died miserably to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Today, he saw Wang Lin and saw the vortex that had been rotating for countless years being stopped and torn open by a finger. This scene made his scalp tingle. However, he had to say this. Otherwise, if he showed any sign of retreating, the confidence of the tens of thousands of cultivators that were shaken by Wang Lin's appearance would immediately collapse. This person borrowed the treasure spirit of the Sealing Realm. With his real cultivation, he could never have killed Nanzhao. Even if he stopped the vortex today and tore it open, it can only mean that he knows a lot about restrictions. The old man doesn't believe he can do anything to the old man without the heaven-splitting axe. Esteemed teacher Tianzhao thought about the things inside the 7-colored realm and became confident. At this moment, he waved his sleeve, and the 3rd Joss Flame Black Dragon charged at Wang Lin. The tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators were all nervous. Wang Lin's appearance was too sudden, so they didn't have time to adjust their mentality. The fear from back then filled their bodies, and they didn't even have the urge to resist. The Wang Lin from back then had left a deep impression on them. It was an invincibility, a madness that made their souls tremble. It was a kind of heroism and glory that made them fear him. Before the first battle, Wang Lin was ranked first on the must-kill list in the ancient star system. Most cultivators didn't care about it, but after the first battle, no one doubted it anymore. Wang Lin was a thorn in the eyes of the ancient star system cultivators. It was very painful, very painful. The three Joss flame-black dragons let out heaven-shaking roars and charged at Wang Lin from 3 different directions. Before they even got close, a powerful gust of wind blew at Wang Lin's hair and caused his white robe to flutter. Even the starry sky around Wang Lin seemed like it was going to collapse under this gale. Cracking sounds could be heard as a large number of spatial cracks appeared. Master Flame's Park was behind Wang Lin. At this moment, his pupils shrank and all the hair on his body stood up. He clearly felt that the gust of wind from the 3 black dragons contained a terrifying power. This power was enough to collapse space itself. If even a sliver of it landed on his body would be torn apart and his origin soul would disintegrate. He felt that even if Master Lu Fu were here, his expression would change greatly and he would quickly retreat. If he was just a bit careless, he would be seriously injured. However, this gale wasn't what terrified Master Flame's Park. What terrified him was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral without any change. His long hair and clothes fluttered like a normal gale and didn't leave any trace on his face. It was as if the wind of destruction was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. 3 Joss flame-black dragons. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked at the 3 black dragons. Without the rejection force inside his body, he could only use 20% of his power. If this 20% was used against a Nirvana Void Cultivator, Wang Lin could defeat them. However, a Spirit Void Cultivator, even an early-stage Spirit Void Cultivator, couldn't be killed with just 20% of his power. However, he had to do this today. Saving Shimizu and obtaining the Dao Fruit was something he had to do. As a result, Wang Lin made a decision. I'll ignore the rejection force for now. Even if I have to shorten the duration of the suppression, I have to go all out for once. After making this decision, Wang Lin didn't use any spells. Instead, as the 3 black dragons closed in, there was a flash of golden light in his eyes. In an instant, the golden light filled the star domain. Under this golden light, Wang Lin's figure became blurry, but an aura that could shock the world came out from his body along with the golden light. This aura shook the world, and this golden light shrouded the area. 3 miserable roars came from the mouths of the 3 Joss flame-black dragons that were closing in on Wang Lin. The 3 Joss flame-black dragons were swept by the golden light, and their bodies trembled violently. They didn't dare to get close and were about to retreat. However, as the golden light spread out, the 3 Joss flame-black dragons only retreated a few dozen feet before they trembled and didn't dare to retreat anymore. They looked at Wang Lin in fear. Their large bodies seemed to become extremely small, and the fear in their eyes seemed to turn into a tide that completely drowned them. They recognized this golden light. This golden light was an existence that couldn't be erased from the depths of their memories. Although they had been captured by esteemed teacher Tian Zhao when they were young and had been slowly refined into his Joss flame soul heads, their inheritance and souls couldn't dissipate this golden light at all. They clearly remembered that a long, long time ago, in the world they lived in, anyone who had this kind of golden light was a peak overlord of that world. Even their parents would tremble in fear under that golden light. Even the entire black dragon race would be exterminated if they resisted in the slightest under this golden light. This was especially the case for this golden light. From what they could feel, it was actually even purer than the people in their memories. This was the most authentic, immortal energy. As they trembled, one of the black dragons couldn't withstand it and let out a miserable roar. As its body trembled, a large amount of black blood sprayed out from its scales. The remaining 2 black dragons let out miserable roars and coughed out large amounts of blood. They trembled and coiled up together. They began to worship Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the golden light. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators that were surrounded by this golden light all trembled violently. They were filled with unimaginable fear and awe. They felt that the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin, was giving off an aura that made their souls tremble. It was as if they were mortals encountering a celestial. An invisible majesty came from the golden light, and the tens of thousands of cultivators couldn't withstand it. One of them coughed out blood, and his knees went soft. It was as if a powerful force had landed on his body. He had to kneel, or his mind would collapse and he would die. As he coughed out blood, he knelt down with a bang. What followed was a large amount of outer realm cultivators. They all coughed out blood and knelt down with fear and shock in their eyes. This kneel seemed to cover the world. None of the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators could remain standing. They all knelt down. It was as if there was an extremely noble bloodline in Wang Lin's body. This noble bloodline made all the cultivators in the world worship him. As long as one was a cultivator, they couldn't resist the awe that came from their souls. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the difference between the inner and outer realms. In their minds, the only thing that remained was Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the golden light and was like an emperor. Tens of thousands of cultivators knelt, black dragons worshipped. Ask the world, who can control fate, life, and death? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked toward esteemed Tian Zhao. Master Flamespark subconsciously licked his cracked lips. His mind was blank as he stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. He didn't dare to believe what he saw. When esteemed Tian Zhao saw the golden light, his eyes were filled with extreme panic. He couldn't help but let out a scream as he looked at the golden light. He seemed to remember something, and his body trembled. His expression changed greatly, and he retreated like crazy. At this moment, the battle between the inner and outer realms, his personal honor, and the Sovereign Council's order were all thrown to the side. As he screamed in fear, he rapidly retreated. His eyes were filled with monstrous terror. This is impossible. This golden light is... Wang Lin's figure was calm, and the aura of a grandmaster appeared in everyone's eyes. With one step, he closed in on the retreating, esteemed Tian Zhao. He raised his right hand and threw a punch. A thunderous boom rang out, and a gust of golden wind spread out to form a huge golden fist. With a loud rumble, it tore through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed and directly landed in front of High Sage Tian Zhao. There was a thunderous bang, and esteemed Tian Zhao coughed out blood. His body trembled, and his body was torn apart. Large amounts of Joss flames flew out from his collapsed body in an attempt to form a new body. After throwing the punch, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a bolt of golden lightning appeared in his right eye. It shot out from his right eye and charged at the Alliance headquarters. The golden lightning descended directly and landed on esteemed Tian Zhao's origin soul that was filled with Joss flames. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the countless Joss flame souls around esteemed teacher Tian Zhao let out miserable screams. They all died under the power of the golden lightning. Celestial thunder. This is celestial thunder. Esteemed Tian Zhao coughed out essence, origin energy, and his eyes were filled with indescribable panic. His origin soul trembled, and he desperately retreated. Celestial, you're a celestial. Esteemed Tian Zhao was almost scared out of his wits. He let out a miserable scream and gave up all resistance. He didn't dare to resist or attack. When he captured the 3 black dragons, he saw this kind of golden light and saw a celestial like this. At that time, he felt like the sky was collapsing. That golden person had only looked at him once, and he had been in a coma for 10 years. Intense pain appeared in Wang Lin's body, and the rejection force was about to erupt. He ignored it and pointed at the retreating Tian Zhao. The golden fire in his left eye surged out and turned into a sea of golden fire that swept across esteemed Tian Zhao. After the fire passed, the Emperor Furnace appeared and disappeared. Esteemed Tian Zhao's origin soul was instantly taken away. Wang Lin's foot landed, and from beginning to end, he didn't say a word. However, his clean and efficient killing of Tian Zhao silently revealed a sentence under the golden light. Ask the world who can control fate, life, and death. Chapter 1550. As the outer realm cultivators trembled and knelt down, Wang Lin calmly looked at the giant planet. The devil star in his right eye flashed, and the rejection force inside his body erupted. However, he suppressed it again and again, so others couldn't see any signs of it. While suppressing the rejection force inside his body, Wang Lin looked at the giant planet and began to ponder. There was a restriction on this planet. This restriction must be the second door to the Cultivation Alliance headquarters, aside from the vortex. This restriction was very ingenious. It used the dozens of small planets as a formation, and they were all connected. This allowed the planet to cultivate like a cultivator. Wang Lin had never seen something like this before, and when he saw it today, his eyes lit up. This planet is very interesting. Master Flamespark, when you were an elder of the Alliance, did you ever hear about this planet? Master Flamespark awakened from the shock from before and became even more respectful. He quickly clasped his hands and said, Junior has heard that this giant cultivation planet wasn't formed naturally, but was refined by the Cultivation Alliance using a large amount of cultivation planets. Cultivating on it will yield twice the result with half the effort. Back then, Master Longpan used some unknown spell to turn this planet into the Cultivation Alliance's second formation. It is said to be even more powerful than the ancient vortex. However, few outsiders were able to enter, so Junior didn't have the chance to personally see the power of this formation. After he finished speaking, Master Flamespark seemed to remember something and said, Master Longpan was the High Elder of the Alliance and also Master Zhongxian's teacher. However, he died a long time ago. Not necessarily. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the giant planet. He felt 4 auras inside, and 3 of them were very nervous and were trembling. The last aura seemed to be asleep. The tens of thousands of cultivators that were kneeling were trembling, and their minds were filled with fear. Their life and death were no longer in their control. It was all in the hands of the white-robed lord of the sealed realm that had forced them to kneel. There were also the 3 black dragons that were trembling, and their eyes were filled with awe. Even their roars had turned into whimpers. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the giant planet and suppressed the rejection force inside his body. His right hand reached toward the 3 Joss flame black dragons. The 3 black dragons trembled and were involuntarily pulled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand moved, and one of the 3 entangled black dragons was knocked away. Wang Lin grabbed the black dragon's neck. The black dragon twisted its body like a snake, and its eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a golden glow as he looked at the black dragon. His gaze had the power to penetrate, and he could clearly see the thousands of Joss flame souls inside the black dragon's body. They were inner realm cultivators. There were even a few that Wang Lin felt vaguely familiar. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and his right hand mercilessly squeezed. The black dragon let out a miserable scream, and its body twisted. A ray of golden light came from Wang Lin's right hand and entered the black dragon. The souls of the inner realm cultivators it had devoured were shaken out of its body and entered the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin threw the Joss Flame Black Dragon to Master Flamespark. Do you still remember the first time we met? You said that I was fated to be with you. I'll give this to you. Joss Flames are poisonous, but for you, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. With these Joss Flames, if you are fated, you might become a third-step cultivator. Master Flamespark's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with monstrous excitement. He immediately grabbed the black dragon sealed by Wang Lin and didn't know what to say. He looked at Wang Lin with excitement and a complicated expression and bowed deeply. How could he forget the first time they met? That fated with you was just a joke. He never thought that joke would turn into karma. The Shengong family has a son named Shengong Hu. Is he still alive? Wang Lin looked at the nearly 10,000 Outer Realm cultivators. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Master Flamespark's hands trembled as he put away the black dragon. He was an old monster that had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, so his mental fortitude was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully said, Shen Gonghu? Junior remembers this person. He is still in the Luo Tian. There was a hint of reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes. Scenes of Shengong appeared in his mind. Back then, Wang Lin's cultivation level was lower than Shengong's, but Shengong had the willpower to recognize Wang Lin as his lord. Every time Wang Lin thought about this, he would smile. That Shengong is fated with me. Once he returned to the Luo Tian, help me take care of him. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the second black dragon flew out. After Wang Lin caught the sealed and dissipated inner realm cultivator soul, he threw it at Master Flamespark. Help me give this to Shengong. Tell him that this is my gift to him, because he said the word Supreme Lord back then. Master Flamespark was startled and felt a bit envious. He quickly nodded and put away the second Joss Flame Black Dragon. His golden gaze fell on the third black dragon. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, You can understand my words. You can understand my words. Devour all the cultivators here and break this spell formation for me. If you do, I'll let you live. The black dragon's body trembled, and it suddenly raised its head. It turned around and let out a roar. Its giant body charged at the outer realm cultivators behind it. Miserable screams echoed across the stars. These miserable screams caused even Master Flamespark's eyelids to twitch. Although he was an inner realm cultivator, he had watched the outer realm cultivators die one by one. Their struggles were extremely weak before the black dragon. Looking at this, while he felt gratified, he felt even more awe toward Wang Lin's ruthlessness. Before the black dragon, these 10,000 cultivators couldn't resist at all. When the black dragon heard Wang Lin's words, it almost went crazy. It let out a ferocious roar, and in just 15 minutes, none of the 10,000 cultivators survived. They were all devoured by the black dragon and turned into souls in the Joss Flame realm. At the same time, the flesh and blood of these 10,000 cultivators entered its body, causing the black dragon to almost reveal a hint of purple. The thorns on his body squirmed and grew a bit more. Even a horn on his head grew an inch longer. As it roared, the black dragon's body also grew to twice its original size. Its huge body moved ferociously as it charged toward the large cultivation planet. It was very fast, leaving behind afterimages. As it closed in, a thunderous rumble echoed, and it smashed into the large cultivation planet. In an instant, it collided with the large cultivation planet, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The large cultivation planet trembled, and the many smaller cultivation planets around it seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force. Thunderous rumbles echoed across space. As the black dragon collided, a shockwave spread out like crazy. The black dragon trembled and was knocked far away. The large cultivation planet also trembled, and large amounts of cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin calmly stood there, and the rejection force inside his body was slowly suppressed once more. He stared at the large cultivation planet, and the moment the cracks appeared, the fourth aura that had been sleeping suddenly awakened. As it awakened, the huge cultivation planet seemed to have come to life. The many small planets around it were divided into two rows, and there were rays of ghostly light connecting them. As they intersected with each other, they formed two sides of the huge cultivation planet. A white light came from the giant cultivation planet. This white light rushed into the sky, and a white-haired old man could be vaguely seen inside. This white-haired old man's body was illusory and connected to the cultivation planet. It was as if he was the soul of the planet. Those who offend my alliance will perish, and their bodies will perish. An ancient soul voice came from the old man's body and spread across the stars. It entered Wang Lin's soul and Master Flamespark's body. When Master Flamespark saw the white-haired old man, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Master Longpan!" From a distance, the cultivation planet of the Alliance headquarters was extremely shocking. The large cultivation planet was like a body without legs, and the two rows of smaller planets were the arms of the body. As for the old man that was connected to the cultivation planet, he was like the head of the body. What kind of cultivation planet was this? This was clearly a person. What great courage! He actually fused his origin soul and soul into the cultivation planet to refine them together. It was like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. The fusion allowed him to become an immortal soul. Wang Lin had long seen through the strangeness of this cultivation planet, which was why he had sent the black dragon to test it. When he saw all of this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately guessed everything. Master Zhongxian's teacher, Master Longpan, must have come up with this heaven-defying idea when his lifespan was about to end, and he had perfectly turned this idea into reality. No old monster could be underestimated. To be able to think of such a method required great wisdom. Wang Lin looked at the illusory old man. Even though they were enemies, he couldn't help but admire the old man. Master Flamespark looked at all of this. He was a very intelligent person, so after pondering a bit, he was able to see through some clues. He gasped and was shocked. I've only seen this Master Longpan once. I thought he had already died, but I didn't expect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand. The black dragon struggled and let out a roar. Its hundreds of thousands of feet long body charged toward the cultivation planet once more. It roared again, and as it closed in, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of Joss Flame Realm. Countless Joss Flame souls rushed out and charged at the cultivation planet like a dragon. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A mournful and crazy roar came from the cultivation planet. This roar was filled with madness and an indescribable killing intent. This murderous aura was something that only those who had slaughtered countless people in their lives would possess. This murderous aura was shockingly the slaughter origin. Wang Lin was familiar with this roar, very familiar. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin's expression changed for the first time, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Senior brother Shimizu. I like Shimizu, I like him a lot, and I like his story. Although it was me who gave it to him, I still feel that he is sad and respectable. About 2 years ago, when I first started writing about Shimizu, although I only briefly mentioned him, his story was already in the outline. Although it was only a few hundred words, as I wrote, I felt sad for him. Perhaps I'm a bit paranoid when writing novels. I don't want to write about passers-by A or passerby B. I want to do my best to write about a person with flesh and blood. Not only the main character, but also the supporting characters. I like Shimizu, and I hope you like him too. Chapter 1551. Wang Lin cared a lot about kindness. Shimizu's kindness couldn't be forgotten no matter how much time passed. Wang Lin cared a lot about relationships. This wasn't love between a man and a woman, but because of a spell, Shimizu had recognized Wang Lin as his junior apprentice brother and taught him a spell. He was like a mountain that stood before Wang Lin when he was weak and blocked the wind and rain. You are my, Shimizu's, junior apprentice brother, so I won't let anyone hurt you at all. That sentence was enough to warm Wang Lin for thousands of years. Back then, Wang Lin fled in panic, and he couldn't save Shimizu with his strength. While feeling gloomy, he made a decision. If there was even a sliver of a chance, he would go to the Cultivation Alliance to save his senior apprentice brother. Wang Lin was unfamiliar with Bai Fan and didn't recognize Bai Fan as his teacher. However, toward Shimizu, Wang Lin recognized him as his senior apprentice brother from the bottom of his heart. His senior apprentice brother for life. Shimizu's life was sad. His life was not happy. His wife died by his hand, and all his relatives were killed by him in his madness. In the end, he was sealed by Bai Fan. His teacher took pity on him and left his soul behind. Although he was sealed, he still had a chance to live. However, this pity made Qing Shui feel even more pain in his heart, especially as he slowly regained his memories and recalled everything that happened in the past. He had already gone crazy. He went crazy from sadness. His family was ruined when he was young. As the heir to the throne of Shimizu, he was hunted down and filled with sadness and despair. In the end, he awakened his G-realm and returned to the country of Shimizu with monstrous hatred and killing intent. That night, rivers of blood flowed in the country of Shimizu, and all the LF soldiers died. He had gotten his revenge, but that happiness was gone forever. In his life, there was only killing and nothing else he could do but kill. A monstrous killing intent filled the world. As he killed, he stepped into the Thunder Celestial Realm. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, he, who had lived his entire life in sorrow and slaughter, met his teacher. He met the woman who changed his life and made his cold, murderous heart feel warmth. For this woman, he gave up killing and gave up everything to become the Thunder Celestial Realm Celestial Lord, Shimizu. He thought that he had found the happiness that had left him for many years. During that period of time, he was indeed very happy. However, all of this disappeared with his unpredictable madness. He was like the moon in the water, so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. He personally killed his wife, and blood filled with affection fell on his face. The hot blood caused Shimizu's body to tremble and his soul to tremble. This awakened him from his madness. The moment he awakened, he saw his wife struggling to raise her right hand to touch his face. As her jade-like hand lost its strength and fell, Shimizu let out the most desperate roar of his life. From now on, there was no more happiness in his life. The roar that came from the cultivation planet caused Wang Lin to tremble. His calmness suddenly collapsed. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes were filled with excitement. Shimizu wasn't dead. Although this roar was filled with madness and slaughter, Wang Lin laughed. He laughed very happily, very happily. He knew that Shimizu wasn't dead. As long as Shimizu wasn't dead, he, Wang Lin, would find a way to restore senior brother Shimizu's sanity. The moment the Joss Flame Dragon charged toward the cultivation planet, it was hit by Shimizu's roar. Its body trembled. It felt the crazed slaughter within the roar and felt the dense slaughter essence. Wang Lin laughed as he stepped forward. His right hand grabbed the black dragon and he threw it behind him. You're free, but if you kill even one person from the inner realm, I'll destroy your soul. The black dragon's body trembled, and its eyes revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. It quickly retreated and nodded at Wang Lin. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's figure shined brightly under the golden light. With one step, he closed in on the human-sized planet. The moment he closed in, the right arm formed by the countless smaller planets charged at Wang Lin. A powerful force rushed toward Wang Lin. After finding out that Shimizu was still alive, Wang Lin lost his patience and no longer suppressed the rejection force in his body. As the right arm closed in, Wang Lin's body shined brightly and the 7 golden stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at the right arm of the cultivation planet. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the right arm of the cultivation planet trembled and collapsed. Countless pieces of rubble scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's body paused for a moment, but he soon recovered and took another step forward. Just at this moment, the left arm of the cultivation planet closed in. It let out a roar and smashed toward Wang Lin. Scram! There was a flash of golden light in Wang Lin's eyes, and he looked over. A bolt of golden lightning shot out and collided with the left arm of the cultivation planet. There was a thunderous rumble, and large amounts of cracks appeared on the left arm of the cultivation planet. The golden flames rushed into the cracks, and the arm immediately collapsed. It was as if there was nothing that could stop Wang Lin or his determination to save Shimizu. Wang Lin took a third step and arrived above the cultivation planet. Just at this moment, the old man's eyes shined brightly within the white light from the cultivation planet. He raised his hands and formed a seal before him. Then he clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. The moment the seal appeared, the entire cultivation planet trembled and the earth trembled. Countless mountains collapsed, but as they collapsed, 2 giant mountain ranges rose from the earth. From a distance, These two mountain ranges were tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other. They looked like two branches. If there was a painting between them, it would look like an unfurled scroll. Mountain and river painting, protect me, alliance. The old man's ancient words came from his mouth. The moment his voice echoed, a ripple that looked like a painting appeared between the two mountain ranges. From a distance, it looked like a painting. When the painting appeared, the entire cultivation planet rumbled and the ripples distorted. Mountains and rivers appeared as if they had souls. They rose from the mountain and river painting and fused with the stars. In an instant, a giant, illusory painting 100,000 feet wide appeared around the old man that had fused with the cultivation planet. The painting spread out and became even more clear. Mountains and rivers filled the painting, outlining a magnificent landscape. Wang Lin had seen the mountain and river painting before. It was a magic treasure like the greedy wolf screen. That screen had a copy of the mountain and river painting on it. Today, Wang Lin saw the real treasure of the Rain celestial realm, the mountain and river painting. Back then, the Cultivation Alliance was the first to enter the Rain celestial realm when it collapsed and obtained a lot of treasures. This rumor is indeed true. Wang Lin stood there and felt the powerful force coming from the mountain and river painting. Wang Lin even felt Joss flames. It was as if there were Joss flame disciples in the world inside the mountain and river painting. The mountain and river painting formed its own world. The origin of this treasure was unknown, and very few people knew where it came from. At this moment, the mountain and river painting spread rapidly, and a powerful suction force came from it toward Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he was being devoured by the nether beast. The space around him flowed like water, as if it was going to be absorbed by the mountain and river painting. There was also the aura of time. It was as if countless years would pass under this suction force. Wang Lin's clothes fluttered and his eyes shined brightly. He raised his right hand, and the suction force from the mountain and river painting caused countless ripples to echo. Thunderous rumbles came from the distance, and then a giant palm print appeared above Wang Lin and the mountain and river painting. The fingerprint on the palm print was extremely clear, and there were ripples spreading around it. What was even more shocking was that the palm print was emitting a brilliant golden light. A dense celestial force suddenly appeared in the brilliant void star field's starry sky. This celestial spiritual energy was heaven-shaking and far more powerful than the celestial thunder and celestial fire Wang Lin had used before. It had reached a terrifying degree. War Spirit Print. This was the most authentic War Spirit print created by Wang Lin's celestial bloodline. The celestial body inside Wang Lin's body that was like an origin soul rapidly activated. Bursts of celestial spiritual energy rushed out and entered his right palm. This caused the celestial spiritual energy in the War Spirit print to become even stronger. For such a dense amount of celestial spiritual energy to suddenly appear in the brilliant void was like dropping a drop of boiling oil into a pool of shimizu. The moment this drop of boiling oil fell into the water, it immediately exploded. In the brilliant void, or even the four major star systems of the inner realm, this kind of extremely pure celestial spiritual energy had never appeared on such a large scale. Even if it did appear, it wouldn't be as pure as it was now. The moment the War Spirit print appeared, this pure celestial spiritual energy set off a monstrous wave in the inner realm. This caused the minds of several people to tremble and feel disbelief. Although the summoned river had fallen to the outer realm, deep in the northern part of the summoned river, there was a young man without a mark between his eyebrows. He had a lazy expression as he calculated and walked forward. Why is the place Uncle Master Mom mentioned so difficult to find? It should be here, but I still can't find the entrance. As the young man muttered, his body suddenly trembled and he turned around. His eyes shined brightly like never before since he came to the inner realm. His expression changed greatly. This was the first time he had experienced such a drastic change. This is This is celestial spiritual energy. The purity of this celestial spiritual energy is something not even Uncle Master Ma can compare to. This is a royal celestial. Who is this? Who descended? Damn it. How could a royal celestial descend here? How they find it? The mysterious old Devil Jean and the sealed ancient celestial realm were also shocked by this celestial spiritual energy. Chapter 1552. In the Luo Tian star system, the Thunder celestial realm that had almost been destroyed was now a wreckage. It was completely silent, and there was no trace of life. In the broken world, there were sometimes dense cracks that flickered silently, as if the wind was blowing away the broken spoons of a broken sun. Back then, Master Flame's Park had taken away most of the continents in the Thunder celestial realm. Most of what remained were irregular rocks that floated in this broken world and slowly moved. In the depths of the wreckage of the Thunder celestial realm, there was a circle of light. This circle was about 10,000 feet wide and looked like a ball of light from afar. Within it, one could see a thatched cottage. There were some flowers and plants planted around it, and a black-robed old man sat cross-legged outside the cottage. He was not breathing, but was instead pinching a green leaf as if he was observing the veins on the leaf. This old man was the peerless powerhouse that appeared in the first battle in the Cloud Sea, Old Devil Jean. No one knew where the Old Devil Jean was hiding in the inner realm, and no one could have imagined that there was another world in the collapsed Thunder celestial realm. The Old Devil Jean was holding the green leaf in his hand and observing it when his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there was an almost undetectable trace of gold in his eyes. However, this gold was simply too little, almost insignificant. Celestial. Old Ghost Jean's pupil shrank. The green leaf in his hand collapsed and turned into a whirlpool of dust that flew away. The Old Devil Jean's expression changed, and he slowly stood up. His eyes shined as if he wanted to break through the world and look into the distance to find the source that moved him. His gaze could see through the world, the inner and outer realms, but at this moment he couldn't find the person that moved him. Could it be a celestial from the imperial family? The Old Devil Jean was shocked. He took a deep breath and only calmed down after a long time. He faintly knew that true celestials were noble because of their bloodline. It was also the existence of the celestial bloodline that caused others to only be able to sense the celestial chi, but unable to find the location of the celestial chi. This was an extremely mysterious divine ability, a bloodline divine ability. The purer an immortal's bloodline was, the harder it was for others to find him. Even the exact location of the immortal chi was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to know. This was why the young man in the summoned river had misunderstood that a celestial had descended. He couldn't see what was happening at the Alliance headquarters. He could only sense that a shocking celestial spiritual energy had appeared in the inner realm. The 9 stages of the immortal realm are gold. Above, it is the Luo Xian world. The celestial that descended has pure celestial spiritual energy and should be someone with a noble bloodline. However, his cultivation level isn't high, only a rank 7 celestial. Back then, I obtained a celestial's inheritance and am now at the early stage of void tribulant, equivalent to an earth celestial. If I can obtain this person's bloodline. Old Devil Jean's eyes lit up, and he silently pondered. There was another place in the inner realm. This was a vast land with a dark sky. It existed in the inner realm, but also didn't exist. To be more accurate, this was a world that overlapped with the inner realm, but was above it. It was like a painting hidden within a painting. Only after tearing off the first layer of the painting could one see the world below. There were many statues of Ji Shun, ancient demon, and Ji Mo that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was where Wang Lin had come during his divine retribution, and it was also where the young man in the summoned river had come. This was the legendary ancient celestial realm that had disappeared among the stars. There were more than 10,000 statues of ancient gods on the ground, and they were densely packed together. In the depths, there were 4 giant statues of ancient gods. These statues were so large that they seemed to be as tall as the world. There were no stars between the eyebrows of these ancient gods, as if their stars had been absorbed by someone. From a distance, it looked like there was a deep pit between the eyebrows of these ancient gods. A figure covered in golden light was sitting cross-legged in the pit. The other 3 statues were the same. Celestial spiritual energy. What pure celestial spiritual energy? If Master can obtain it, he will be able to speed up his awakening and recover his memories. The golden figure in the first statue's forehead seemed to have lifted his right hand to reach out from the deep hole between the god of luck's eyebrows. However, the moment he lifted his hand, a strange force came out from the statue and gathered between his eyebrows, turning into a strange seal. The golden figure's right hand touched the seal and was bounced back. An angry roar came from inside. "White Tiger, don't waste any more celestial power. This seal has trapped us for all these years. It won't be long before we can break out." A golden figure also existed in the forehead of the second statue and spoke slowly. "Rosefinch, you're good at strategy. What are the chances of your plan succeeding?" A gloomy voice came from the third statue. "It won't fail, and we'll soon see the result." These 4 giant statues were sealing the 4 generals of the ancient celestial sovereign, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the rose finch, and the black tortoise. If Wang Lin was here and saw this, he would be shocked. The first thought that popped into his mind was that if the real rosefinch general was sealed here, then who was the person who called himself the first rosefinch in the fallen land? Brilliant Void, Cultivation Alliance Headquarters. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The giant palm print descended on the mountain and river painting. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his mind was serious. When Master Long Pan awakened, he was only at the Nirvana Void stage, which was why Wang Lin was able to break his arms. However, when the mountain and river painting appeared, Master Long Pan, who had fused with the planet, gave off the powerful aura of a mid-stage spirit void cultivator. Combined with the Joss flames inside the mountain and river painting, this aura became extremely solid and real. Master Long Pan was a third-step cultivator and had Joss flames. Wang Lin was not surprised by this. Master Long Pan was Master Zhongxian's teacher and had existed before the 4 celestial realms collapsed. He belonged to the same generation as the previous lord of the sealed realm. Before the 4 celestial realms collapsed, the 4 celestial realms produced Joss flames. Master Long Pan must have obtained a great fortune at that time. Although Wang Lin didn't know why this person had fused with the planet, he must have been extremely powerful. Mid-stage spirit void. Wang Lin silently pondered, and there was a flash of golden light in his eyes. Although killing esteemed teacher Tian Zhao looked simple, he had used his full power to destroy esteemed teacher Tian Zhao with one punch, a bolt of lightning, and a sea of fire. This was already his limit, and the consequences were very serious. The rejection force was very difficult to suppress, and as it moved through his body, it felt like it was going to collapse. Although outsiders couldn't see the pain, Wang Lin was enduring it. At this moment, facing a mid-stage spirit void cultivator, Wang Lin had no confidence at all. This was why he had risked everything to use the War Spirit print. The use of the War Spirit print was the second time Wang Lin had ignored the rejection force inside his body and erupted with all his celestial spiritual energy. As a result, the rejection force raged even more inside his body. Large amounts of blue blood vessels bulged under his clothes, and as they moved, countless lines of blood came out. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. His purpose here was to save Shimizu. He was going to save him at all costs. With a ferocious expression, Wang Lin stepped forward and raised his right hand. With a roar, the giant War Spirit print became a real celestial spell after being infused with endless celestial spiritual energy. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the giant palm formed by the war spirit print, closed in on the mountain and river painting. From a distance, this scene was extremely shocking. The palm seemed to want to tear apart the mountain and river picture before it. It closed in an instant, and the moment it descended, the endless ripples around it touched the mountain and river picture first. The picture trembled, and the suction force inside it increased explosively, causing the ripples to distort. As the ripples distorted, the giant palm collided with the mountain and river painting. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world and turned into a powerful shockwave. Wang Lin's body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated a few steps, and the rejection force inside his body erupted. His celestial body, that was like an origin soul, was attacking his body like crazy. His body also erupted with ancient Tao power in an attempt to destroy his celestial body. The collision of the two forces caused a tearing sound to come from Wang Lin's body. It was as if his body was going to be split in half. As the war spirit print spread out, it grabbed the mountain and river painting and tore off a corner of the painting. Then it rushed into the painting and crushed a large amount of the mountains and rivers inside. However, the mountain and river painting was very mysterious. The moment the mountains and rivers collapsed, they reappeared. Not only that, but a giant palm print also appeared. The palm print was blurry at first, but seemed to be learning and instantly condensed. It collided with Wang Lin's war spirit print. Thunderous rumbles echoed and shook the star domain. The aura of the old man inside the white light on the planet increased once more. He was now at the peak of the mid-stage of spirit void. Those who offend my alliance will perish, and their bodies will perish. The ancient voice echoed, and the mountain and river painting returned to normal. The torn area healed, and it slowly pressed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed an angry smile as he stared at the old man inside the white light. He waved his right hand, and a bow appeared from his body. What is the use of your alliance? The outer realm has invaded. The inner realm is in ruins. The cloud sea cultivators have died. The summoned river has fallen. Luo Tian didn't hesitate to die, and the brilliant void is struggling. However, your disciple, Zhong Xian, has become a dog of the outer realm, and your alliance has been occupied by the outer realm. The seven-colored realm is hiding here. As the current lord of the sealed realm, I came to destroy the seven-colored realm to save my senior brother, Shimizu. Why do you have to stop me? You? What did you say? The ancient voice paused. The glory of the renegade celestial, the glory of the 100 Alliance. Student Wang Jinglu has become a third-step cultivator and helped Wang Lin break into the Alliance headquarters to save Shimizu. I feel very honored and have prepared a Celestial Emperor Collection pavilion to express my gratitude. Chapter 1553. The calm expression of the old man inside the white light changed due to Wang Lin's roar. He slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Lin with an ancient gaze. You're the lord of the sealed realm? Wang Lin held the bow in his left hand. The bowstring was originally broken, but after Wang Lin fused with his bloodline, it recovered. However, once the bowstring was pulled, it felt like it was pulling on Wang Lin's tendons. However, at this moment, Wang Lin no longer considered the consequences. Although his mind was demonic, his nature hadn't changed. Once he decided on something, he would never retreat. He was going to save Shimizu at all costs. His right hand grabbed the bowstring, and the veins on Wang Lin's face swelled. He let out a roar, and the bowstring was pulled by Wang Lin. The moment the bowstring was pulled, Wang Lin felt like all the tendons in his body were being pulled. His face became slightly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, the rejection force and the pulling of his tendons were all thrown to the back of his mind. His only thought was to kill anyone who stopped him from saving Shimizu. Whether what I said before is true or false, you could go ask your disciple, and you'll know. Wang Lin's words were cold, and he pulled the bow a bit more. A powerful force that seemed to be able to collapse the world came out from the bow. The old man inside the white light looked at the bow in Wang Lin's hand, and confusion appeared in his eyes. This was the first time he had awakened since he went asleep. He had awakened due to the summons of his disciple, Master Zhongxian. After he awakened, he didn't know what had happened. All he saw was Wang Lin coming to destroy the planet. Wang Lin's words caused his mind to tremble. Although he was asleep, he still remembered that he was an inner realm cultivator and remembered the kindness of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. While pondering, the old man looked down at the cultivation planet below him and waved his right hand. 3 figures were shrouded in white light and pulled out by him. The 3 figures were 3 terrified old men. One of them was Zhong Xianzi. However, for some reason, he had turned from a middle-aged man to an old man. The 2 people beside him were the current head elders of the Cultivation Alliance. The 2 head elders trembled, and their expressions were replaced by awe. They immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, High Elder. Greetings, Teacher." Master Zhongxian's heart was filled with panic, and he was extremely terrified. He had heard everything Wang Lin had said, and his heart was pounding. His mind quickly turned to prepare an excuse. He had heard everything that Wang Lin had said, and his heart was pounding. His mind was quickly turning as he prepared to explain. However, Master Long Pan coldly looked at him. This gaze caused Master Zhong Xian to swallow his words. He trembled and didn't dare to speak again. "You're Zhang Shi. Back when the old man was asleep, you were my servant." Master Long Pan's gaze fell on the old man on the left. "It's me. Junior is Zhang Shi." The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't expect Master Long Pan to remember him. "Tell me, is what this person said true or false?" Master Long Pan's voice was calm, but it contained a sense of majesty. Zhang Shi's eyes were filled with hesitation, and he subconsciously looked at Master Zhongxian in fear. "Useless trash." Master Long Pan let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. A ray of white light shot toward the old man. The old man let out a miserable scream, and his body exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere and landed on Master Zhongxian and the other old man. Wang Lin coldly looked at this, and his right hand pulled the bowstring a bit tighter. After killing Zhang Shi, Master Long Pan looked at Master Zhongxian with regret in his eyes. He let out a sigh, and his right hand reached to the void. The other elder screamed in fear as Master Long Pan's palm pressed down on his forehead. Powerful spirit force rushed into his mind and swept by. Master Long Pan's expression became more and more ugly. "Unfilial son, you got guts." Master Long Pan squeezed his right hand. The old man let out a miserable scream, and his body and soul were destroyed. Master Long Pan suddenly turned his head and stared at Master Zhongxian. His eyes were filled with anger. Master Zhongxian's face turned pale, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. He knelt down in fear, and his voice was distorted. "Teacher, spare me. Teacher, spare me. There is more to this matter. The outer realm cultivators are invading, and the inner realm is not their match. Even if Disciple resists, it is useless. Disciple has to protect the Alliance. In order for the Alliance to continue, I had no choice but to make an agreement with the Outer Realm Dawei. The Outer Realm Sovereign Council has promised to protect the Alliance for 10,000 years. Teacher, you have been asleep for all these years and don't know that nearly 1,000 years ago, the Luo Tian star system launched an army to fight against the Alliance. The Alliance was torn apart, and only the headquarters survived. Disciple called for Teacher, but Teacher didn't respond. Disciple has no feelings for the inner realm. Since they can attack the Alliance, why can't the Alliance help the outer realm cultivators? Moreover, the seven-colored realm was discovered by Teacher, and at that time, outer realm cultivators appeared. Although Teacher killed them, sealed the T-colored realm, and established the Alliance headquarters here to suppress this realm. Teacher, you have been asleep for all these years and don't know what has happened. Even if we suppress this realm for the inner realm, what is the use? The outer realm sovereign is so strong that even Teacher is not his match. What can we do to resist? The inner realm's defeat is already set in stone, and there is no turning back. With your cultivation level, we can seek refuge in the outer realm and obtain great fortune. Why bother working for the inner realm? You. Master Longpan looked at Master Zhongxian, and the pain in his eyes deepened. He didn't find much from the old man's memories. Everything was just an act, but Master Zhongxian didn't know that. Out of fear, he told Master Longpan everything. No matter how much killing happens in the inner realm, it has nothing to do with the outer realm. As long as they don't kill anyone here, the old man won't awaken. The rise and fall of the Alliance is the will of the heavens. The reason the old man asked you to establish the Alliance was not to control the brilliant void, but to improve the cultivation level of the brilliant void cultivators in that cruel environment, all for the sake of fighting the outer realm. Master Longpan let out a long sigh. Cultivation Alliance, Cultivation Alliance. The reason the outer realm colluded with you was because they saw the old man fuse with this cultivation planet. You must have told them about the existence of the old man and used the old man as your capital to exchange for great fortune. Master Longpan understood his disciple too well. He looked at the pale Master Zhongxian and vaguely saw the time before the Cultivation Alliance. On a mountain on a cultivation planet, a beggar boy climbed up the mountain step by step with determination. It took him 17 days before he finally saw himself at the top of the mountain, covered in blood. All of this was because the boy wanted to cultivate. There was a rumor in his hometown that if he could climb up the mountain, he would be fated to see a celestial. Song Air, when you were young, you said that your greatest wish was to return home with wealth. Master Longpan's eyes were filled with reminiscence, and his voice gradually softened. However, when Master Zhongxian saw his expression, it made him feel despair. His body trembled, and he let out a sharp roar. Teacher, disciple originally didn't intend to break the seal on the seven-colored realm. It was that celestial Lord Shimizu. After he slaughtered his way here, he forced disciple to break the seal on the tea-colored realm. It was he who opened the seven-colored realm. All of this has nothing to do with disciple. He is the main culprit. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Master Zhongxian. Behind him, Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Even his breathing became rough. Master Longpan didn't seem to hear any of this. His gaze toward Master Zhongxian became even more gentle. Back then, your body wasn't good and you couldn't cultivate. Teacher pitied your determination and nurtured your body. I obtained a body with 5 heavenly veins so you could have a Tao bone. However, now you don't have a Tao heart. Memories of the past appeared in Master Longpan's eyes. He let out a sigh and waved his right hand. A white storm appeared. Master Zhongxian's expression changed greatly, and he retreated like crazy. He let out a miserable scream. Teacher, spare me. Teacher, don't kill me. Teacher. Disciple was wrong. Disciple knows. Teacher. As he retreated, he was filled with despair. As the storm closed in, he revealed a miserable smile and no longer retreated. Instead, he closed his eyes. There was a thunderous bang as the storm caught him, but it didn't injure him at all. Instead, it pulled him behind Master Longpan and avoided Wang Lin's bow. You have committed a monstrous crime and caused a disaster. You don't have a Tao heart as an inner realm cultivator. However, you are my disciple. I am responsible for my disciple's crime. Let teacher pay for you. Master Longpan's gentle gaze looked at the dumbfounded Master Zhongxian before he turned toward Wang Lin and bowed deeply. Lord of the Sealed Realm, I, Master Longpan, will bear all the crimes he has committed. He raised his right hand and hit his chest. Master Longpan coughed out a mouthful of origin energy and his eyes dimmed. The giant planet below him suddenly collapsed and turned gray. The vegetation withered. The mountains collapsed, the rivers evaporated, and gullies appeared. The entire planet was torn apart. As it collapsed, wisps of white smoke rose up and entered Master Longpan's body. At the same time, flames started burning on his illusory body. With this palm, the old man cut off his vitality in exchange for burning his origin soul. With my cultivation level, I can erupt with the strength of an early-stage arcane void cultivator. I'll kill all the outer realm cultivators in the inner realm. I'll destroy all the tea-colored realms. Since the summoned river has fallen, I'll take it back in exchange for Master Zhongxian's life. Master Longpan clasped his hands at Wang Lin and turned to look at the startled Master Zhongxian. Teacher, Master Zhongxian sobered up and continued to kowtow. His eyes were filled with extreme sadness and regret. Let's go. Master Longpan let out a sigh as he picked up Master Zhongxian and walked into the distance. I understand my disciple. He will always prepare for both sides. The reason Celestial Lord Shimizu is fine is because Master Zhongxian left a talisman for himself in order to survive. As his words echoed, a white storm appeared and charged at the blood-colored rift below the collapsed planet. The rift was torn open by the white storm, and the red light dissipated, revealing the seven-colored light below. Shimizu was there. I saw some fellow Taoists doubting whether I could complete 80 chapters this month as promised. To be honest, I wasn't confident either. At that time, I was hot-headed and impulsive. For the past few nights, before I went to sleep, I would always look at my daughter with my fingers, muttering to myself, "N chapters left, S chapters left." As I calculated, I began to scratch my head. My daughter was angry at me. She didn't understand anything. Didn't she learn how to count in kindergarten? She counts everything she sees. And when she sees me calculating, she says 100 chapters left, 200 chapters left. Hearing this makes me go crazy. Chapter 1554. Master Flamespark. What happened back then was not what you saw. Master Zhongxian's voice was filled with remorse and sadness toward his teacher. Before he left, he looked back at Master Flamespark with a complicated expression. There was no wind among the stars. Even if there was wind, it was caused by a spell. At this moment, the storm Master Longpan created had torn apart the red light and opened all the seals on it. This allowed the seven-colored realm to clearly appear before Wang Lin. As the seven-colored light flashed, a roar filled with madness came from the rift. This roar was like that of a wild beast, and it was filled with bloodlust and killing intent. Hearing this roar, Wang Lin calmed down. He silently looked at the seven-colored rift, and after a long time, he looked back at Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark's gaze was still on where Master Zhongxian and Master Zhongxian left. The hatred in his eyes was extremely strong. Wang Lin didn't know the deep hatred between Master Flamespark and Master Zhongxian. However, after Master Flamespark escaped to the Luo Tian, he did everything he could to start the war between the Luo Tian and the Alliance. This showed how deep this hatred was. I can't help you with this matter. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He knew the power of hatred. It was enough to make one go crazy. Master Flamespark silently pondered. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He whispered, "The matter between Junior and Master Zhongxian is a private matter. Lord of the Sealed Realm doesn't need to worry about it. Right now, the overall situation is important. Junior knows. If Junior dies before this war ends, everything will be over. If he dies, it will be the same. However, if neither of us dies, then Junior will take revenge." The hatred in Master Flamespark's eyes was deeply hidden by him. He had cultivated for many years and could endure for tens of thousands of years, so he didn't mind enduring for a bit longer. He could never forget what happened back then. He and Master Zhongxian were close friends, and it was because of Master Zhongxian's invitation that he and his Tao partner joined the Cultivation Alliance. The three of them often discussed the Tao, and he was impressed by Zhong Xianzi's vast knowledge and insight, so he was willing to listen to him. Moreover, Zhong Xianzi was also extremely courteous to him, and the two of them were like gentlemen. Even though their relationship was like water, as time passed, it became as mellow as wine. However, all of this changed because of one thing. Master Flamespark would often wake up from his cultivation. That scene was deeply engraved in his memory. It would always make him clench his fist and let out bursts of anger and shame. He didn't want to recall it, but the memory was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming the source of the stabbing pain in his heart. The thorn that had penetrated deep into his flesh had already rotted away, emitting a rotten smell. It dyed his flesh black, becoming the pain of his life. Wang Lin sighed inwardly and shook his head. Forget it. If you can absorb the Joss Flame Black Dragon's power, it will be good fortune for you. Now I'm going to enter the seven-color realm, and there are many dangers inside. Don't follow me. Master Flamespark nodded and bowed at Wang Lin. He turned around and walked into the distance. His figure was a bit sad, revealing a sense of old age and helplessness. There was also a hint of bleakness and loneliness. It wasn't until Master Flamespark gradually left that Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The hatred between Master Flamespark and Master Zhong Xian obviously involved his privacy. Wang Lin wouldn't guess, and he didn't want to guess. Although the story had been immersed in time, it must have been very hurtful. It was like the water in the palm. Although it had flowed away, the coldness still remained in the palm, covering the warmth in the palm and spreading throughout his body. While pondering, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the tea-color world. He wasn't fast, but every step he took was filled with determination. He didn't look back or hesitate. With 3 steps, he entered the second seven-colored realm he had entered in his life. Bursts of seven-colored light filled the world and illuminated everything on the ground. At a glance, this place was gorgeous, and it was easy to get lost inside. Seven-colored light, like a rainbow, standing in the sky above the seven-colored realm. Wang Lin looked around. This seven-colored realm was different from the place he entered before. Although there were mountains everywhere from a distance, these mountains formed a large formation. This formation was formed by nearly 100,000 mountains. As it densely covered the area, it gave off an extremely vast feeling. Every single mountain was a part of the formation, and the deeper the mountain, the more majestic it was. The mountain in the deepest part pierced into the sky, and as it was surrounded by 7-colored clouds, only half of its body was visible. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what was even more shocking was that there was a cultivator sitting at the top of each mountain. They weren't cultivating, but howling in pain. The cries of anguish fused together to form a mournful melody that could shake the heavens and the earth. This sound couldn't be heard outside the seven-colored realm, but inside the seven-colored realm, it directly impacted the mind. It was like 100,000 souls roaring and struggling, shaking the world. Every cultivator on the 100,000 mountains had several sharp stone spikes piercing through their bodies. From a distance, they didn't look like they were cultivating. They were clearly being held down by someone and imprisoned by the sharp spikes. Every cultivator raised their heads and looked at the sky with soulless eyes as they let out unconscious howls. Blood seemed to flow endlessly from the bodies of these cultivators and spread along the stone spikes to the mountains. It was as if it would never dry up as it flowed down the mountains. There wasn't much blood, and each mountain only had one person's blood. For the large mountains, it was insignificant. However, nothing could resist the passage of time. As time passed, more and more blood flowed down the mountains. As long as the imprisoned cultivators didn't die, as long as their bodies were still producing blood, strands of red smoke came from each mountain and rushed toward the highest mountain, the 7-colored clouds. 100,000 mountains, 100,000 cultivators. Among these 100,000 cultivators, half of them had a mark between their eyebrows. They were all outer realm cultivators. The other half were obviously from the Alliance, and they had been frozen here for an unknown amount of time. The smell of blood spread through the 7-colored realm and seemed to fuse with the 7-colored light. This caused the beautiful tea color to become demonic. One by one, ghost-like shadows drifted aimlessly in the 100,000 mountains, mumbling Taoist scriptures from their mouths. Within the 100,000 mountains, there were also walking corpses, slowly walking around in confusion. They were unable to walk out of the 100,000 mountains. Their clothes were torn, and their eyes were gray. Wang Lin silently looked at everything before him. After a long time, he slowly walked forward and entered the 100,000 mountains. The moment he entered, it was as if some kind of restriction had been triggered. The endless howls suddenly stopped. At this moment, all the cultivators that were looking at the sky in confusion suddenly looked at Wang Lin with sword-like gazes. They were no longer howling, and their confused eyes were replaced by resentment as they stared at Wang Lin. Being stared at by these 100,000 strange gazes, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stopped for a moment. At the same time, the large amount of enlightened ones floating between the 100,000 mountains also stopped murmuring. Their lifeless eyes stared at Wang Lin one by one. It was as if Wang Lin's arrival had broken the balance here. It was as if a living person had suddenly appeared among a group of dead people. It was extremely sudden, and it was noticed by all the dead cultivators. Blood, blood. In this extreme silence, a whimper slowly echoed. This voice came from the outer realm cultivator on the mountain closest to Wang Lin. Along with this voice, even more sobs rose into the air. All of the cultivators were saying the same thing. Blood, blood. The eyes of the 100,000 cultivators were bloodshot. They had lost their minds as they stared at Wang Lin. More and more mournful roars came from their mouths. Just at this moment, a cultivator from the Xiang tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood appeared, it turned into a blood mist. There seemed to be countless shadows flashing inside the blood mist. Shortly after, even more cultivators coughed out blood at the same time. The blood mist filled the top of the 100,000 mountains and began to fuse with each other. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He stopped for a moment and no longer hesitated. He took a step forward. His speed was so fast that he could break through the void. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin moved like lightning and charged forward. His speed was extremely fast. Before the red mist could completely fuse with him, he had already charged far into the depths of the 100,000 mountain range and was heading straight for the highest peak. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin closed in on the highest peak. The moment he arrived, he saw a scene that made him gasp. From this position, he could clearly see that the 100,000 mountains were not connected to the earth. Instead, they were lifted up by a huge petrified black tortoise. The 100,000 mountains were impressively pressed down on the back of this black tortoise. Or it could be said that the 100,000 mountains weren't mountains at all, but the thorn on the back of the black tortoise. The black tortoise was so large that it occupied the entire seven-colored realm. In the distance, there was a person sitting on the ferocious head of the black tortoise. This person looked middle-aged, but there was an ancient aura coming from his body. He sat there without any signs of life. His body seemed to be connected to the black tortoise, and there was a 3-inch spike sticking out of the top of his head. If you looked closely, you could see that the spike was protruding out of the bottom of his body, piercing through his body, breaking through his skull to reveal a 3-inch spike sticking out of his skull. The glory of the renegade immortal. The glory of the 100 Alliance. Congratulations to PST and CVA-03A for becoming third-step cultivators and helping Wang Lin break the seven-colored realm and save Shimizu. I'm honored to give you the ancient era's dream to express my gratitude. Chapter 1555. Therefore, this person was facing Wang Lin, and Wang Lin could see the expression on his face before he died. That expression was very strange. It was like joy and shock. It was as if this person was initially overjoyed, as if he was absorbing the power of the black tortoise. But when he was at the peak of his excitement, something that shocked him to the extreme happened, which led to his death. This expression that seemed to be both joy and shock appeared on his face. Wang Lin had never seen this person before, but he vaguely knew that this person was the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor that had betrayed the Four Divine Sect and joined the Cultivation Alliance. For the Four Divine Sect and the Old Divine Emperor, they still didn't understand why the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor would betray his clan and willingly become a dog of the Cultivation Alliance. When Wang Lin saw the black tortoise and the middle-aged man, he vaguely had a guess. From Wang Lin's point of view, this giant black tortoise-stone beast was like the two dragons he saw in the ancient god's tomb. The aura it gave off was extremely shocking. Although this aura was just death aura, it was powerful enough to shock Wang Lin. After taking a glance, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and charged toward the top of the highest mountain. Behind him, the blood mist spat out by the 100,000 cultivators gathered and rushed toward Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin didn't even look at any of this. He moved very fast and arrived at the top of the highest mountain in an instant. Just as he closed in, a crazy roar came from the top of the mountain. The roar spread out in all directions and caused Wang Lin's clothes to flutter. Even the 7 colored clouds around the top of the mountain loosened due to the roar and slowly moved away. This allowed the top of the mountain to be clearly seen by Wang Lin. With one glance, a monstrous madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He saw Shimizu. At the top of the highest mountain peak, a skinny man with a fierce expression was nailed to the mountain wall by 9 sharp thorns. The 9 thorns emitted bursts of 7-colored light, but they were not 7-colored nails. This malevolent person was Shimizu. Even though his appearance had changed greatly, even though he didn't seem to have the graceful bearing he had all those years ago, even though his disheveled hair covered his savage face, and his eyes revealed a crazed red glow and killing intent, Wang Lin still recognized him with a single glance. He was senior brother Shimizu. Shimizu continued to roar. He seemed to want to destroy the 9 sharp thorns on his body, but he was unable to do so. He could only roar madly. Kill, 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 kill. Kill all of you, kill all of you. Kill. An indistinct, almost distorted voice came out of Shimizu's mouth hoarsely, shaking the heavens and the earth. There was something else in front of him. This was a rainbow-colored index finger that had appeared out of thin air. This index finger floated in the air, and its slender fingernail was 3 inches away from Shimizu's forehead. It seemed to have existed for a very, very long time. Red threads came out from between Shimizu's eyebrows and were absorbed by the finger. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. He vaguely felt that this 100,000 mountain range was not ordinary. This formation had its own special function, and Shimizu was clearly the key to this formation. The black tortoise of stone, 100,000 thorns turning into a mountain, 100,000 cultivators turning into a living dead, releasing their blood, gathering their resentment, and turning it into slaughter. What kind of formation is this? Wang Lin's body quickly moved forward. In the blink of an eye, he entered the 7-colored clouds and was less than 1,000 feet away from Shimizu. However, just as he got close, Shimizu suddenly looked up, but his messy hair still covered most of his face. The only thing that could be seen was his bloodshot eyes that stared madly at Wang Lin and roared. Kill, kill, kill. I'm gonna kill everything, kill everyone, kill you all, kill all living beings. This roar contained a shocking, killing intent. Wang Lin was 1,000 feet away, so he was the first to bear the brunt of it. His heart trembled. This killing intent was so strong that it could shatter a cultivator's Tao heart. Anyone who got close to the killing intent would be killed like a G-realm cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow. He had vaguely guessed what was going on, but there were still a few things he didn't understand. At this moment, he ignored Shimizu's killing intent and continued to charge forward. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 600 feet, all the way until 300 feet. When he was within 300 feet of Shimizu, Shimizu let out a roar and stared at Wang Lin. His body struggled, and within his crazed eyes, a bolt of red lightning appeared. This red lightning was his G-realm. As he roared, the red lightning shot out toward Wang Lin. The two of them were too close, so in an instant, the lightning closed in. A powerful killing intent erupted from the lightning, and there was also the power of essence within it. This power of essence was the slaughter essence. A thunderous rumble echoed. As the lightning closed in, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he waved them before him. When his hands touched the red lightning, it trembled and collapsed. Wang Lin's hands went numb, and he clearly felt the power of the G realm rush into his body. It wanted to destroy his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Just as he was about to continue forward, Shimizu opened his mouth and let out the most powerful roar since Wang Lin entered this place. This roar rumbled, and the slaughter essence contained within it reached an extremely terrifying degree. The moment the roar echoed, a giant blood shadow appeared before Shimizu. This blood shadow was a head, and it opened its mouth and charged toward Wang Lin. This slaughter aura caused even Wang Lin's expression to change. This aura was so powerful that it shook his body and made him feel a sense of life and death crisis. The moment the blood shadow closed in, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. The golden fire in his left eye and the golden lightning in his right eye collided with the blood shadow. With a bang, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he was forced back by the impact. However, his eyes were still fixed on Shimizu, and the sorrow in his eyes became even stronger. "Senior brother Shimizu. I'm Wang Lin. I'm your junior brother, Wang Lin." Wang Lin retreated and roared at the crazed Shimizu. The blood shadow dissipated under the golden sea of fire and the golden lightning. The impact caused Shimizu's messy hair to flutter, revealing his eyes and complete face. This allowed Wang Lin to clearly see that there were blue veins popping out on the face that was previously covered by the messy hair. There seemed to be something moving within the blue veins. The moment Wang Lin's words rang out, Shimizu's eyes narrowed and pain appeared on his face. This pain was filled with sorrow and despair, as if he had discovered some secret. "My soul is being suppressed by the black tortoise's physical body. Wang Lin, kill me. Kill, 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 kill. I'm going to kill all living beings." The moment he became sober, the giant petrified black tortoise on the ground suddenly trembled, and a wave of gray gas erupted from it. It instantly fused with the tallest mountain and charged toward Shimizu. In an instant, it rushed into Shimizu's body. After being rushed by the gray gas, Shimizu's brief moment of sorrow was replaced by the crazed desire to kill. Even his previous struggle turned into a crazed roar. His head shook and his expression was one of pain. The red light in his eyes became even stronger. As Wang Lin retreated and watched Shimizu struggle, his hair was blown by the impact. Wang Lin could clearly see that there was another thorn 3 inches to the right of his head. It was the 10th thorn. This thorn was hidden in his hair and was very difficult to discover. 10 thorns. Not 9 thorns, but 10. I understand now. Wang Lin quickly retreated and looked down at the 100,000 mountains below him. His eyes shined brightly. The 100,000 mountains turned into 10 thorns to seal Shimizu's body. The cultivators of the 100,000 mountains used their blood to nourish the black tortoise and used their lives of slaughter to stimulate Shimizu. This black tortoise isn't dead, but its real body. It's the black tortoise's body. It used the black tortoise to suppress Shimizu's soul. The purpose of all of this is to give birth to the slaughter essence from Shimizu's body. In other words, senior brother Shimizu is like a furnace. This furnace exists for the slaughter essence. Understand. The reason the black tortoise divine emperor betrayed us was because the cultivation alliance found the black tortoise's body somewhere. This black tortoise is likely one of the 4 generals under the celestial sovereign. Its body hasn't decayed for tens of thousands of years and contains the aura of the black tortoise clan. As a descendant, the black tortoise divine emperor wanted to obtain the ancestors' power, so he betrayed us. Only this kind of temptation was enough to make him a traitor. Senior brother Shimizu came here to find the reason for his madness. He must have found something, and this discovery made him go crazy once more. There's also that tea-colored index finger. That index finger is the source of everything. The red gas it absorbed is the slaughter essence. Wang Lin retreated. His mind trembled, and he vaguely grasped the truth. As he retreated, the blood fog coughed out by the cultivators from 100,000 mountains gathered around the clear water in front of him. As the monstrous red fog squirmed, blood-colored pictures appeared within it. In the image, a small mortal country was overturned. The crown prince had a miserable and sad expression as he fled with his family. However, there was a ray of seven-colored light in the sky, and there was a blurry shadow inside the seven-colored light. The image flashed. The youth entered the sect and was humiliated. He stood on top of a mountain and let out a roar. He hated the heavens, the earth, and all life. The birth of the G realm. There was still the tea-colored light in the sky, and the seven-colored figure seemed to be looking at the youth below. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he looked at the scene inside the blood mist. The terror he felt was no less than when he found out about the Scatter Thunder clan's 7 million worlds. He vaguely had a terrifying speculation. Down nurturing, if I don't dare to open a chapter, I'll be scolded miserably. I'll just say it here. There is still one day until the 2 consecutive eruptions this week. Chapter 1556. The scene changed again. The young man grew up and returned to the land that was destroyed. The 7 red moons were filled with misery and blood flowed like rivers. In this scene, the tea-colored light was still there. In another scene, the river of blood surged into the sky, killing many of the cultivators coming from the distance. The green-robed man turned around and left with grief on his face. Wang Lin looked at the flashing scenes in the blood mist, and his heart trembled. He saw Shimizu's past, saw Shimizu step into the celestial realm, and saw Shimizu no longer have killing intent on his face and instead reveal a happy expression. Beside him stood a woman. She was not extremely beautiful, but she gave off a gentle aura. She gently looked at Shimizu and revealed a sweet smile. Before the 2 of them was an old man. This old man was by Fan. He had a kind expression as he looked at the 2 of them lovingly, and seemed to be saying something. However, in this scene, there was still the faint 7-colored light in the sky. That cold gaze contained a hint of strangeness as it stared at Shimizu. This gaze appeared many times, and the more Wang Lin looked at it, the more strange he felt. This gaze was like looking at his other self in a mirror. Blood mist surged, and the scene immediately changed. This time, it revealed a scene that caused Wang Lin's eyes to be filled with seriousness and sorrow. In the scene, Shimizu was sitting at the top of a mountain. As he cultivated, the 7-colored person in the sky suddenly reached out with his right hand and pointed down. This point caused Shimizu's body to tremble and his eyes to open. His mind was replaced by a blood-colored light and killing intent. A heaven-shaking roar came from his mouth and echoed across the entire celestial realm. Bai Fan was also there in the distance. He stared at the sky in a daze and revealed an expression of disbelief. He seemed to have felt something. Shimizu had gone crazy. The slaughter that had stopped for a long time descended on the celestial realm when he went crazy. Wang Lin saw many cultivators of the Thunder Celestial Realm die, tragically, to Shimizu. He was like a bloodthirsty demon that became more and more crazy the more he killed. This continued until the woman appeared before Qing Shui. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, but they were still gentle. She had died in Qing Shui's hands, but she hid the pain on her face and gently looked at Qing Shui. She raised her jade-like hand as if she wanted to touch her lover's face, but in the end, she powerlessly put it down. She closed her eyes and seemed to say something. It was these words and the boiling blood before her death that caused Qing Shui, who had gone crazy, to instantly awaken. He let out a heaven-shaking roar of sorrow that could only come from someone who had reached the limit of despair. With this roar of sorrow, the scene collapsed. As the blood mist rotated, it began to repeat itself. It repeated itself from the first scene. It was as if there was a force that wanted to use this cruel method to force Shimizu's memories to reappear. It wanted him to forever be trapped in slaughter, madness, and sorrow, making it impossible for him to escape. This method was used to stimulate Shimizu so that the slaughter essence in his body would slowly become stronger and more solid. Wang Lin felt the same way. He only knew a little about Shimizu's story before, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, his sorrow became even stronger. He felt sorrow for Shimizu's life and sorrow for Shimizu's experience. Senior brother Shimizu, I, Wang Lin, will risk everything to save you. Wang Lin's expression was firm as he turned around. He no longer looked at the scene inside the blood mist, but charged toward the true body of the black tortoise that was suppressing Shimizu's soul. This black tortoise was as large as the entire seven-colored realm. Although it was petrified, the aura it gave off was extremely powerful. As Wang Lin closed in, he could feel that aura even more clearly. He even had the illusion that this black tortoise wasn't dead, but was sleeping. If I want to save Shimizu, I must first release his soul. With Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions, he could see that the petrified black tortoise was the key to breaking this restriction. If he didn't destroy the black tortoise that was suppressing his soul, then it would be impossible to remove the 10 thorns on Shimizu's body. Wang Lin was very sure of this. He charged down and formed a fist with his right hand. The ancient Tao power inside his body condensed into an illusory fist that shot toward the black tortoise. The moment the fist flew out, a powerful gust of wind appeared and landed on the back of the black tortoise. There was a thunderous bang, and the black tortoise trembled, but it wasn't injured at all. Instead, a powerful force was pushed back and landed before Wang Lin. Wang Lin was pushed back hundreds of feet by this force. "Open for me!" Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a roar and threw 10 punches in a row. Every single punch contained the full power of a 7-star ancient god. As he roared, his fists seemed to have turned into a storm that could sweep up the heavens and earth. They whistled as they charged madly toward the black tortoise. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The petrified black tortoise trembled, but its back was unimaginably hard. It didn't show any signs of breaking under these 10 punches. At the same time, the rebound force was monstrous and shot toward Wang Lin. A cracking sound came from Wang Lin's right arm, and he was knocked back 1,000 feet. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth, but Wang Lin's expression became even more ferocious. Just at this moment, as the thunderous rumbles echoed across the 7-colored realm, a muffled hiss came from the black tortoise's body. This hiss couldn't be heard by the ears and could only be sensed by the mind. At the instant the roars rose and fell, the 100,000 cultivators on the 100,000 mountains formed by the 100,000 thorns roared. Their bodies seemed to have regained their freedom, and they were pulled out from the thorns that had pierced through their bodies. As blood sprayed out, the wounds on their bodies squirmed in a strange manner and healed in an instant. From the outside, aside from their torn clothes, there were no other injuries. The 100,000 cultivators' eyes were filled with madness as they let out roars and charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Various spells appeared in their hands and shrouded the 7-colored realm. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and the golden fire in his left eye shot out with a wave of his left hand. Although the fire had turned golden, it was still ethereal fire. As it spread, it shrouded the 7-colored realm. However, there was no ethereal fire within the bodies of the 100,000 cultivators. There was only one explanation for this. The 100,000 cultivators were not alive at all. They had died a long time ago. Even though they looked like they were still alive, they were actually being controlled by some sort of strange power. Although there was no ethereal fire, Wang Lin's celestial fire was much more powerful than during the first battle in the Cloud Sea. As it spread, it began to burn, and golden thunder swept out in all directions. Thunder roared and countless people died. But just at this moment, the bodies of the 100,000 cultivators exploded as the golden sea of fire and the celestial thunder rumbled. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood of the 100,000 cultivators gathered together. As the flesh and blood squirmed, They formed a huge blade that was almost as tall as the heavens and earth. This blade was made of flesh and blood, and it was formed by the flesh and blood of 100,000 cultivators. It covered the sky and formed a giant shadow that shrouded the earth. From a distance, one could see countless twisted faces and broken limbs inside the blade. The moment the blade appeared, it was raised and the screams of the 100,000 cultivators echoed as it chopped down on Wang Lin. A sense of crisis filled Wang Lin. He could still retreat and leave the tea-colored realm without caring about Shimizu's life or death. But how could he do it? He couldn't do it. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sense of madness, and his right hand hit the spot between his eyebrows. The 7 golden stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and his body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became an ancient god 10,000 feet tall. The moment the blade of flesh and blood descended, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pushed against the sky. The blade of flesh and blood descended and collided with his right hand. Wang Lin's body trembled. He clearly felt endless resentment and killing intent enter his body from the blade like a storm. There was also a powerful force coming from the blade that shook his body. This was the power of 100,000 cultivators gathered together. This power had been changed by some strange spell, and after being amplified several times, it could already injure a 7-star ancient god. However, Wang Lin didn't retreat at all. He forced the impact to stay inside his body. He let out a roar and waved his right hand. In an instant, he knocked the blade of flesh and blood back several thousand feet. Not enough strength, come again. Wang Lin's voice echoed. The blade of flesh and blood that had been bounced off descended once more. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo and became even more intense. As the blade of flesh and blood descended, it chopped down hundreds of times. These hundreds of cuts turned into a final blade that seemed like it was going to cut Wang Lin in half. At this moment, Wang Lin released all the rejection force, causing his body to erupt with 100% of its power. This was the temporary fusion of celestial and god. This strange power was enough to kill an early-stage spirit void cultivator. Esteemed teacher Tian Zhao had been killed by Wang Lin's 100% power. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he swallowed the blood that was about to cough out. He borrowed all the impact and fused it with his body. Borrowing this force, he retreated at an unprecedented speed toward the stone black tortoise. He retreated too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he fell from the sky. The moment he closed in on the stone black tortoise, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. For the first time in his life, after erupting with ancient god power, he used the power of both his hands. He let out a roar and mercilessly punched the stone black tortoise's back. Break for me! The entire tea-color world trembled, and the earth trembled as if the world was going to collapse. As Wang Lin's fists landed, a violent cracking sound came from the stone black tortoise's back. Chapter 1557. 5 cracks appeared on the stone black tortoise's back where Wang Lin's fists landed. These cracks spread out and branched off into many branches. However, just at this moment, a strand of gray gas sprayed out from the cracks. This gray gas was filled with the aura of death, and the moment it appeared, it swept toward Wang Lin. The force it sprayed out was extremely powerful, like a storm, and it directly collided with Wang Lin's body. However, Wang Lin was already prepared, and the moment the gray gas sprayed out, he immediately retreated. At this instant, a sliver of the gray gas split off from the black tortoise's giant body and charged toward the black tortoise divine emperor, who was sitting on its head. This gray gas was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the black tortoise divine emperor's body. This caused his body to tremble as if he was going to be resurrected. A powerful aura erupted from the black tortoise divine emperor's body, and a faint roar came from it. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been caught off guard due to their lack of experience and misjudgment, making it difficult for them to stop this. However, Wang Lin had slaughtered his entire life, and his mind was monstrous. The moment he saw the black tortoise divine emperor, he was already prepared. At this moment, the black tortoise divine emperor absorbed the gray gas and was about to be resurrected, Wang Lin waved his right hand. There was a flash of bloodlight. The blood sword shot out in a flash. With a momentum and speed that could break through the void, it closed in on the black tortoise divine emperor. In a flash, it pierced through his neck. There was no blood. A head was separated from the body by the wind created by the blood sword. He even cut off the sharp thorn that had pierced through his body and protruded 3 inches from the top of his head. The moment the head was cut off, a large amount of gray gas poured out from the wound on the black tortoise divine emperor's neck. The faint roar turned into a mournful hiss, and as more gray gas came out, the void guide vermin came down. The Xian Wu divine emperor's body trembled and withered due to this accident before collapsing. A crisis had been decisively resolved by Wang Lin. As he retreated, the blade of flesh and blood closed in on Wang Lin once more. The howls coming from it made it seem as if it wanted to devour Wang Lin. At the instant it descended, Wang Lin turned around. His eyes were filled with madness, but also wisdom. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at the huge blade. With a bang, Wang Lin was pushed back dozens of feet. The giant blade trembled, and miserable screams came from within. Thousands of souls collapsed, and the size of the giant blade changed slightly. As soon as Wang Lin retreated, he rushed out again. He waved his right fist and continuously bombarded the blade of flesh and blood in the tea-colored world. Loud sounds rang out one after another, and the blade of flesh and blood was shaken higher and higher, and its size rapidly decreased. In the end, with a roar from Wang Lin, he shattered the blade of flesh and blood with one punch. The blade shattered into pieces, and all the flesh and blood inside turned to dust. All of this happened extremely quickly. It looked simple, but in truth, each punch contained all of Wang Lin's strength. At this moment, the rejection force in his body was monstrous. Intense pain filled his body, and blood came out of every pore on his body. However, he didn't care about any of this at all. After shattering the blade of flesh and blood, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. With determination, his body rose to its limit, and he charged down. Borrowing the power of his descent, Wang Lin charged down like a meteor toward the cracked back of the petrified black tortoise. Break! 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 Wang Lin's voice echoed. His speed was very fast, and his fists landed on the back of the black tortoise. The gigantic petrified black tortoise's body trembled, and the cracks on its back seemed to be torn open. Large areas of the black tortoise's back began to collapse. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the only thought in his mind was to destroy the black tortoise so that it couldn't suppress Shimizu's soul. After failing to completely destroy the black tortoise, he punched again. One punch after another. From a distance, Wang Lin could be seen on the back of the black tortoise, swinging his fists madly. Every time his fists landed, the black tortoise would tremble, and more cracks would appear on its back, and more areas would collapse. As Wang Lin's fists landed, golden light filled the air. Fire and thunder intertwined, causing the destructive power to grow even more intense. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already punched out hundreds of times. A mist of blood sprayed from his body as the rejection force inside of him exploded out. The intense pain in his body was turned into madness by Wang Lin, a determination to save Shimizu. In this world, only a few people could make Wang Lin do this, and Shimizu was one of them. After hundreds of punches landed, more than half of the black tortoise's back had collapsed, but it still hadn't completely shattered. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled, and his body flew tens of thousands of feet into the air. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. War Spirit Print. The sky darkened and a giant, golden palm print appeared. Ripples surrounded the palm print, and as Wang Lin's right hand fell, the palm print penetrated his body and descended toward the black tortoise's back. Wang Lin also descended after the palm print. His right hand formed a palm, and his body was covered in golden light. From afar, he looked like a celestial as he charged down. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the giant palm print landed on the black tortoise's back. The black tortoise's body trembled violently, and a palm-shaped dent appeared on its back. The edges of the dent all shattered. At the same time, Wang Lin's right palm followed the war spirit print and landed on the collapsing black tortoise's back. With this, a powerful force erupted from the black tortoise's back. All the scales on the black tortoise's back shattered, and the black tortoise was pushed back. The black tortoise collapsed. A soul filled with sorrow floated out from the collapsed black tortoise and charged toward Shimizu. The moment it collapsed, the 100,000 thorns on its back, including the one Shimizu was in, all broke. Aside from the one Shimizu was in, the remaining 100,000 thorns all shot toward Wang Lin from all directions as they collapsed. These 100,000 thorns were no longer in the shape of a mountain after they collapsed, but like needles. They were too fast and didn't give Wang Lin a chance to dodge. They instantly closed in and stabbed all over Wang Lin's body. Intense pain swept through him like a tide, and a thorn pierced through Wang Lin's chest. In an instant, even more thorns closed in like crazy. In just a few moments, Wang Lin's figure was surrounded by 100,000 thorns, and he could no longer be seen. The only thing that could be seen was a giant ball of thorns. The lingering sound gradually dissipated. The seven-colored realm slowly quieted down after the thunderous rumbles. The 100,000 mountains disappeared, leaving only the place where Shimizu was floating in the air. It was shrouded in seven-colored clouds, and there was no sound. Outside the mountain, there was a huge stone ball floating in the sky, covered with sharp thorns. On the ground, there was a black tortoise whose back had collapsed, but whose head was still raised. It seemed to be silently looking into the distance and was motionless. Inside its broken shell, there was a petrified powder that gave off a faint gray gas. However, in the depths of his back, there was a shattered gray crystal that was flickering with a dark light. It was as if everything in the tea-colored realm had calmed down. However, after half an instant stick of time, the giant ball of thorns suddenly trembled and popping sounds came from inside. It was as if someone inside was waving their fists, trying to break open the ball of thorns. The popping sounds became even more intense and broke the silence of the seven-colored realm. A moment later, a part of the giant ball of thorns collapsed, and a golden fist suddenly stretched out. This fist trembled and was covered in blood. There were countless broken thorns piercing through it, and a roar came from the gap and shrouded the surroundings. As this roar echoed, another fist came out from the gap. It was also trembling and covered in blood. The two fists slowly loosened and grabbed the edges of the gap. As the roar became even crazier, the two hands suddenly tore outwards. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the huge, spiky ball, revealing a figure whose hair was completely stained with blood. Countless sharp thorns pierced through almost every part of the figure's body. There were even several thorns piercing through the eyes. Heavy panting came from the figure's mouth, which turned into a puff of white gas. He seemed to be resting to recover his strength. After 10 breaths of time, he raised his right hand and slowly grabbed the thorns in his eyes. He pulled them out, wiped away the tears of blood, and closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. His hands grabbed the ball of thorns and pulled it out. With a bang, the ball of thorns was completely broken. Inside the ball of thorns, there were countless thorns connected to this figure's body. As it was broken, some of the thorns were pulled out and blood sprayed everywhere. However, even more thorns were left in Wang Lin's body after they were broken. "Senior brother Shimizu, I'm here to save you." A weak voice came from Wang Lin's mouth after the roar disappeared. He took a step forward and walked out of the ball of thorns. However, this step caused him to feel an unbearable pain. There were tens of thousands of thorns piercing through his body. With every step he took, blood would flow out from the thorns. Wang Lin's body slowly shrank from its original size to its original size. During this process, many of the thorns on his body shattered, but the thorns that remained seemed to have grown into Wang Lin's flesh and could not be removed. "Senior brother, I'm here." Wang Lin walked into the colorful mist. His vision was blurry, but he could still vaguely see Shimizu, whose head was lowered and face was covered by his messy hair, trembling. As blood flowed out, Wang Lin slowly walked forward. When he was 7 feet away from Shimizu, he raised his right hand and grabbed the first thorn in Shimizu's chest. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly pulled. "Tomorrow, erupt. Contact me for 2 days, asking for monthly votes. Congratulations to the person who loves to read, student 1976, for becoming a third-step cultivator and rushing to the 7-colored realm to follow Wang Lin to save Shimizu. Congratulations to the person who loves to read. Kinyi will rise from the east. Whether the sky is big or the earth is big, everything is in the mountain and river painting." Chapter 1558. Shimizu's body trembled violently. The thorn in his chest was pulled out a few inches by Wang Lin. A suction force came from a wound and firmly locked onto the thorn. When Wang Lin pulled it out, he could clearly feel it. The moment he pulled the thorn, a strange aura came from the thorn and entered Wang Lin's heart. At this moment, Wang Lin's heartbeat increased rapidly. The sound of his heart beating like a drum came from Wang Lin's body. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat became even faster. In just a moment, it became one, and a heart-wrenching pain filled Wang Lin's body. The first thorn is sealing his heart. At this moment, a ghostly voice came from behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body stopped. He hadn't noticed anything before, but when he suddenly heard this voice, his pupils shrank, and he slowly turned his head to look behind him. The mountain Shimizu was on was floating in the air and separated from the 7-colored index finger. When his soul was released from the black tortoise, the 7-colored index finger slowly dissipated from the 7-colored realm. However, the moment Wang Lin looked back, the dissipating 7-colored index finger reappeared. However, the 7-colored light wasn't as bright. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the 7-colored index finger seemed to collapse into specks of 7-colored light. They didn't scatter, but condensed into a blurry 7-colored figure. Although this figure was blurry, its eyes were clear as it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered, and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. The auspicious demon star in his right eye also rotated. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand let go of the thorn, forming a seal. The blurry 7-colored figure slowly said, "Don't be nervous. You can continue to save him. I won't stop you." Wang Lin didn't relax at all. From the gaze of the 7-colored figure, he immediately recognized that it was the 7-colored person he had seen in the blood mist. Wang Lin knew a lot about tea colors. He had the 7-colored statue and had seen the Taoist refine a Tao spirit. He had even seen the 7-colored Taoist in the illusion inside the ancient order tomb. Looking at the blurry rainbow-colored figure, he could not be certain if it was the person who made his scalp numb. However, the aura that came from Meng Feng's body did not fluctuate at all. It was very calm. Ancient Tao, inheritance, celestial, immortal body, 5 essences. You indeed have a lot of secrets. The 7-colored figure's voice seemed to come from the void. Who exactly are you? Wang Lin was shocked, but his expression didn't change. If this person was really the person he had analyzed, then he wasn't surprised that this person had discovered his secrets. Any one of your secrets would be a great fortune for someone else. But to me, they are temporarily useless. The 7-colored figure shook his head and raised his right hand to point at Shimizu. He looked at Wang Lin and faintly said, "Continue. This is a chance I'm giving you. If you can save him, then take him away. If you can't, then leave. This is your only chance. Wang Lin silently released the seal with his right hand. He didn't turn around but grabbed the thorn on Shimizu's chest. The moment he grabbed it, the aura that had rushed into Shimizu's heart shrouded him once more. As this aura spread out, Wang Lin's heart felt intense pain, but he endured it. He held onto the thorn and slowly pulled it out. The more he pulled it out, the more pain Wang Lin felt in his heart. It was as if there was a hand grabbing his heart and wanting to crush it. Fortunately, his body was the body of an ancient god, so his recovery ability was amazing. As the pain entered his body, he quickly healed. The seven-colored figure looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "The body of an ancient god inheritance is indeed not bad." Back then, Yemo spilled 3,000 drops of blood to preserve the inheritance seed. It wasn't wasted. The moment the pain in his heart reached its peak, there was a flash of golden light in Wang Lin's eyes. He mercilessly waved his right hand and pulled out the first thorn from Shimizu's chest. Shimizu clenched his teeth and his body trembled, but he didn't make a sound. However, the veins on his face, which was covered by his messy hair, were bulging and his expression was twisted in pain. Blood covered Shimizu's chest. Just as it was about to spray out, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the wound. The blood slowly disappeared. Wang Lin silently pondered. The rejection force inside his body rumbled. The combination of celestial and ancient god energy caused sounds to come from his body. Under this rejection force, the thorns collapsed one by one. Only the ones that were deeply embedded in the flesh were rooted to the insides of the flesh. The thorns around Wang Lin's body seemed to grow out of his body. When the black tortoise's back shattered and the 100,000 thorns pierced through, Wang Lin used the light and shadow shield and the ancient god's blessing. All of this was hidden by the thorns, so no one could see it. Even so, it couldn't completely stop the thorns and could only delay them slightly. Wang Lin stood there and gasped for breath. After the pain in his heart slowly dissipated, he looked at the blurry figure and threw the thorns in his hand. He pressed it against Shimizu's throat and grabbed the second thorn. The second thorn is sealing his tendons. Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount, and he said, "Ancient god Yemo has 3 drops of blood. What do you mean by that?" The seven-colored figure smiled and shook his head. "If you can pull out 3 thorns, I can tell you a secret about the ancient god Yemo." Wang Lin couldn't figure out what this blurry figure was thinking. This person had paid attention to Shimizu when he was still immortal and had changed Shimizu's life, causing him to be filled with grief and despair. Finally, he had placed this formation here for the slaughter essence. However, with the other person's appearance and words, as well as the fact that he didn't seem to care, Wang Lin began to doubt his previous speculation. The blurry figure's indifference wasn't fake from Wang Lin's point of view. It was real. What exactly is he doing this for? Wang Lin grabbed the second thorn in Shimizu's throat and mercilessly pulled it out. This caused all the tendons in Wang Lin's body to tighten, as if his body was being stretched infinitely. He had experienced this kind of pain when he drew the bow before. Although it was very painful, he could endure it. With a sudden tug, the second thorn was pulled out with a bang. Shimizu clenched his teeth and let out a muffled groan. His body was covered in sweat as he endured the indescribable pain. Wang Lin's face was pale as he placed his right hand on Shimizu's left arm and pulled out the third thorn. The third thorn and the fourth thorn on his right arm are sealing his divine sense, the seven-colored man said slowly. His voice was neither fast nor slow. Wang Lin let out a roar and grabbed the third thorn with his right hand. He suddenly pulled it out, and his divine sense was immediately bombarded by a powerful force from the third thorn. He felt as if his divine sense was being heavily injured. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and pulled out the third thorn with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he didn't stop and grabbed the fourth thorn in Shimizu's right arm and mercilessly pulled it out again. With this pull, Wang Lin's heavily injured divine sense was once again bombarded by that powerful force. A rumble echoed in his mind, and his body trembled. He coughed out another mouthful of blood, and the rejection force in his body continued to tremble. Shimizu's arms fell, and he suddenly looked up at Wang Lin. He didn't seem to be able to see the seven-colored figure, only Wang Lin. His gaze contained sadness, gratification, and excitement. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Shimizu. However, his expression soon became serious. Shimizu's eyes reflected everything around Wang Lin, but Wang Lin only saw his own figure. There was no T-color. "He can't see me. Only you can see me here. You're a very interesting spirit cultivator, just like that little cultivator who believed in Zhang Yuan and surprised me back then. You're both anomalies here. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm certain that you're not related to me, I really wouldn't believe that the power of creation is so wonderful." The seven-colored figure seemed to be very emotional. "He said that I have nothing to do with him. What does that mean? Believe in Zhang Yuan? Could he be talking about the dead Zhang Konglai, or old devil Zhang?" Wang Lin couldn't see through the seven-colored figure. His eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "The blood of the three ancient clans. I wonder what that means." The seven-colored figure smiled and looked at Wang Lin. With a hint of reminiscence, he began to speak. "At the beginning, there were no ancient country cultivators here, much less ancient Dao Yimo, but he still came. Before he died, he scattered the blood of 3,000 members of his clan, including 1,000 Wei Ji gods, 1,000 ancient devils, and 1,000 ancient demons. As time passed, these 3,000 clans either fused or diluted. This is the origin of your three ancient clans here." Wang Lin was startled. He wouldn't believe all of this person's words, but these words were very similar to what the ancient demon soul inside the war drum had said when he reached the ascended stage in the demon spirit land. Ancient demon Bei Lu once said that the ancient clan was the first generation of heaven-defying cultivators and died fighting the heavens. After his death, the ancient clan split, and the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils appeared. The three ancient clans were the second generation of heaven-defying cultivators. Although this was different from what the seven-colored figure had said, when the two were combined, there was a clear truth. Ancient Order Yimo was attracted by either the celestial sovereign or this seven-colored figure. That battle was the ancient battle against the heavens that ancient demon Bei Lu spoke of. Those 3,000 clans of blood eventually formed the three ancient clans, and the ones with the most blood fused were the royal clans. However, is this true or false? Wang Lin took a deep breath. Chapter 1559. The seven-colored figure slowly said, "There are 6 more sealing thorns. You can continue." Wang Lin silently pondered and suppressed the doubt in his mind. He raised his right hand and grabbed the 5th thorn in Shimizu's abdomen. This thorn was located at a cultivator's dantian. This 5th thorn seals his origin. The seven-colored figure's voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. The moment he touched the thorn, Wang Lin's celestial and ancient energy activated at the same time. His body felt like it was going to be broken, and the two forces fused into his right arm. He grabbed the 5th thorn and mercilessly pulled it out. With a bang, the thorn was pulled out, but Wang Lin's body trembled. Popping sounds came from his right arm, and a mist of blood erupted. He was forced back a few steps before he finally let out a rough breath and stopped. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he took a step forward and returned to Shimizu's side. Shimizu's face was filled with extreme pain, and muffled groans came from his mouth. After closing in on Shimizu, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the 6th and 7th thorns on Shimizu's legs. Without waiting for the seven-colored figure to speak, Wang Lin let out a roar. His arms shined brightly, and ancient energy filled the area. His hands exerted force and pulled out. Even someone as determined as Shimizu couldn't endure the pain. However, he clenched his teeth and the scream that should have come out turned into a hiss. With a bang, the two thorns were pulled out by Wang Lin, but his body trembled and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. The rejection force inside his body had reached a peak, and this caused Wang Lin's expression to become distorted. Not bad, there's still 3 more. However, the last 3 sealing thorns are not so easy to remove. If you can do it, I'll give you a gift. The 7-colored figure's expression was calm, and his voice was faint. He raised his right hand and reached toward the 7-colored mist above him. The 7-colored mist immediately churned, and a rumble echoed. A giant, yellow fruit slowly appeared from the 7-colored mist and gradually descended. There was also a branch connected to the fruit. The 7-colored figure swiped with his right index finger, and the branch collapsed. The fruit separated from the branch and fell to the ground. This is my gift to you. Wang Lin looked at the Dao fruit and frowned. The feeling this 7-colored figure gave him was the same as when he faced Tian Yunzi. He couldn't guess why this person would let him save Shimizu, tell him about the ancient order, and even give him this Dao fruit. All of this couldn't have happened for no reason. There had to be a problem. While Wang Lin pondered, he withdrew his gaze from the Dao fruit and looked at Shimizu's head. He could see the 8th thorn a few inches from the top of Shimizu's head. Wang Lin could also see the remaining 2, but it was not easy to remove them. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin raised his right hand and slowly pressed down on Qin Shui's head. This time, his movement was very slow. Compared to before, he didn't hesitate at all and was clearly much more serious. The 8th thorn was at the top of Shimizu's head. The head was where life and death met. If it was at the center, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it was tilted a few inches. This was something Wang Lin couldn't understand. The 8th thorn is not a seal, but to open the reincarnation cycle. The 7-colored figure revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he watched Wang Lin's hand slowly approach the 8th thorn. 1 inch from the thorn, Wang Lin's hand paused. This thorn was different from the other 7. Although the others were in Shimizu's body, most of them were outside. However, this 8th thorn was completely in Shimizu's head, leaving only 2 inches outside. 2 inches was very short. Wang Lin's hand had to stop. He didn't know what Shimizu would do if he pulled it out. This position was simply too dangerous. Shimizu slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Although there was still pain on his face, his eyes were clear. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time before nodding his head. Wang Lin looked at Shimizu and clenched his teeth. He no longer hesitated and grabbed the 8th thorn. The moment he grabbed it, Shimizu's body trembled. The invisible pain caused him to let out muffled roars. The moment Wang Lin's hand touched the thorn, his mind was in chaos. Distorted memories appeared. These memories were like fragments that poured into his mind, causing Wang Lin's mind to swell with pain. He didn't have the time to look at these memories in detail. Grabbing the 8th thorn in his hand, he fiercely pulled it out and lifted it by 4 inches. Shimizu clenched his teeth and didn't let out a violent roar. Instead, he held it in and squeezed out muffled hissing sounds from between his teeth. This short period of time felt like an eternity to Wang Lin and Shimizu. As the thorn was pulled out bit by bit, Wang Lin's expression twisted. The countless memory fragments in his mind almost made him go crazy. However, his hand didn't tremble at all. Slowly, he lifted the thorn higher and higher. Finally, the thorn that had penetrated deep into Shimizu's head was completely pulled out by Wang Lin. The moment the last thorn left Shimizu's head, blood flowed out from the corner of Shimizu's mouth. His entire body fell off the mountain and fell toward Wang Lin, who caught him. His head tilted and rested on Wang Lin's shoulder. His body was so weak that Wang Lin almost couldn't feel his weight. He could only hear the weak words coming from Shimizu's mouth. "Thank you." After saying this, Shimizu fainted. "Senior brother." Wang Lin threw away the thorn in his hand and held Shimizu. Tears flowed down from his eyes. Not bad, but the last 2 thorns were much more difficult than before. Forget it. Take it and leave this place. The 7-colored figure waved his right hand, and the Dao fruit flew toward Wang Lin. Since I said I'll give this to you, just take it. Wang Lin helped Shimizu take the Dao fruit. He took a profound look at the seven-colored figure and put away the Dao fruit. He held Shimizu and quickly retreated. They were about to leave this seven-colored realm. Wang Lin felt a strong sense of dread toward the seven-colored figure. He couldn't guess why the other party was doing all this. While silently pondering, just as he was about to leave, Wang Lin stopped. He turned around and looked at the tea-colored figure in the distance. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as he asked why. He's just a game. If you want to save him, then I'll let you take him away. As for why, I want to see if the spirit cultivators who appear here will experience the same wonderful transformations as that Brad Zhan Yuan. Perhaps I'll be able to track him down with that transformation. What are you looking for? Wang Lin frowned. He didn't understand what the other party was saying. If you can meet him, you will know. The seven-colored figure smiled and waved his right hand. Wang Lin's body was pushed back out of his control. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock, and he gradually left the seven-colored realm. Before he left, Wang Lin asked one last question. Are you the celestial sovereign? Yes and no. A ghostly voice echoed, and Wang Lin's vision blurred. When it became clear, he was standing in the star system of the brilliant void. Before him, the rift to the tea-colored realm slowly shrank until it disappeared without a trace. His body had also regained its freedom, but the scenes from before had left an extremely deep impression on him. He seemed to have vaguely understood something, but more than that, he was at a loss. What is he looking for? If the little cultivator Zhan Yuan he spoke of was Old Devil Zhan, then what wonderful change has happened to Old Devil Zhan? This change will allow the seven-colored person to find what he is looking for. While pondering, Wang Lin retreated and looked at the dissipating seven-colored realm with a complicated expression. Is the matter with Shimizu just a game? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he appeared outside the Alliance headquarters with Shimizu in his arms. They were on an abandoned planet. There were no cultivators or spiritual energy on this planet. Only some fierce beasts lived here. However, for Wang Lin, this was the best place to remove the seal on Shimizu. In a valley on this planet, Wang Lin sat in the lotus position and placed the unconscious Shimizu in front of him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to cultivate. He wanted to suppress the rejection force in his body, but in the end, it was very difficult to do so. He could only slightly ease the intense pain. There were still countless thorns in his body. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside, the pain he felt every time he breathed reminded Wang Lin of their existence. The price of saving Shimizu this time was very heavy. However, even if Wang Lin had to choose again, he would do it without hesitation. Even if it didn't conform to his mind, even if it was very stupid. The reason he had waited so many years to save Shimizu was because he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence with his cultivation, so he couldn't save him. But now, with his cultivation, he had the slightest bit of confidence to save Shimizu. If he continued to wait until he had more confidence, until he became a third-step almighty, until he had enough power, then he didn't know if Shimizu was still alive. Sometimes, if a person calculated everything so clearly, analyzed everything so clearly, and considered their own interests first, then in the end, such a person wouldn't understand what love was. He knew it was dangerous, but he still had to go. If it was Shimizu, then Wang Lin believed that with Shimizu's personality, he would make the same choice. He would save Wang Lin. That was enough for him. It was a very simple reason and a very direct choice, but how many people in this world could do it? Everyone cherished life, but sometimes some things were more important than life. However, there were already very, very few people who believed in this. Wang Lin was not a gentleman, nor was he a ruthless cultivator. He was a person of flesh and blood, a person who cared about love. Chapter 1560. Fortunately, in this valley on the abandoned planet, he was one, and so was Wang Lin. The ninth thorn was inside Qing Shui's spine and went through his entire spine. It didn't come out even half an inch, and it was completely buried inside. There wasn't even a wound to be seen. It was as if it had grown out of thin air. The unconscious Shimizu's face was twisted with pain, but at the same time, there was a hint of relief and happiness. This relief was because of Wang Lin, and this happiness was also because of Wang Lin. After a short period of breathing, Wang Lin's tired expression dissipated a bit. He took a deep breath and lifted up the unconscious Shimizu. After making sure Shimizu's back was facing him, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Shimizu's skinny back. His spine was bulging out, and it was a shocking sight. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression was serious as he slowly raised his right hand. His index finger slowly pressed down on Shimizu's spine as if he was looking for something. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Fortunately, it hasn't completely fused with his spine. If it were to completely fuse with his spine, then I wouldn't be able to remove this thorn. What it seals is the body and also senior brother Shimizu's origin soul. Even if it was another body, it would still be the same. As Wang Lin pondered, his index finger suddenly moved and pierced into the first vertebra on Shimizu's back. Shimizu's body trembled, and he opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth and didn't let the pain leak out. Wang Lin softly said, "Senior brother, the pain from the 9th thorn will be even more intense than the previous 8. I've endured pain my entire life. I'm used to it." Shimizu's voice was hoarse, but it was calm without any fluctuations. There was sadness in Wang Lin's eyes. After letting out a sigh, he no longer hesitated and said, "Endure it." As he spoke, his right hand pierced deep into Shimizu's back and pierced into Shimizu's spine. His fingers moved like lightning as he squeezed. Immediately, a weak thorn was pinched by Wang Lin's 2 fingers. Shimizu's face was deathly pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. However, he gritted his teeth and turned the pain into a flame of hatred that burned in his eyes. Wang Lin pinched the soft thorn and slowly pulled it out. This feeling was like extracting marrow. The pain was something that few people could endure. Wang Lin's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't allow his fingers to tremble in the slightest as he pinched the thorn and slowly pulled it out. With every inch he pulled out, Shimizu would tremble and let out a muffled groan. His hands clawed at the ground, digging a deep hole. Wang Lin couldn't see Shimizu's expression as he focused all his attention on his fingers. As he slowly pulled it out, he maintained a steady speed. He didn't dare to be too violent. The thorn was soft, and although it hadn't completely fused with Shimizu's spine, it had fused more than half. Because of this, he had to be even more careful. Time passed. The 9th thorn was very long. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin had pulled out more than half of it. His forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't care about it at all. He continued to stare at the thorn. The thorn that was pulled out was completely black. Large amounts of black blood dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. "Pull it out at once." Shimizu's calm voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth as it passed into Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin was silent. In the blink of an eye, his right hand violently pulled out all of the thorns from Shimizu's spine. Black blood sprayed out, and Shimizu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His spine, which had bulged out, began to wriggle in a strange manner as it slowly began to calm down. Shimizu gasped for breath. His eyes were bloodshot, and it took a long time for them to calm down. His hands flashed in an incantation gesture as he began to meditate. Wang Lin's face was pale. After tossing away the thorn, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. When he pulled out the 9th thorn, it was as if he were pulling out his own marrow. Although the pain wasn't as great as what Shimizu had experienced, it was still intense. An hour later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, this is the last one," said Wang Lin softly. Shimizu slowly let out a breath and turned to face Wang Lin. He silently looked at the junior brother he had known all those years ago. He looked at the exhausted expression on Wang Lin's face, and he looked at Wang Lin's body covered in dried red blood. His eyes softened. "You've grown up," said Shimizu with a smile. The junior brother in front of him was no longer the little cultivator from the land of cultivation who needed him to stand in front of him and protect him from the wind and rain. Now, he was a powerhouse who could shake the stars. Wang Lin looked at Shimizu and smiled. Although his smile was tired, it revealed his true happiness. "Do you have wine?" Shimizu waved his hands. His body had been imprisoned for many years, and now it felt a bit unfamiliar. Wang Lin nodded and grabbed at the air with his right hand. A crack to his storage space opened, and a wine jug flew out. Shimizu laughed and grabbed the jug. He placed it in his mouth and took a big gulp. The spicy feeling spread throughout his body, causing him to let out a long breath. He handed the jug to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin took it, he also placed it in his mouth and took a big gulp. There was a burning sensation in his body. He looked at Shimizu and laughed at the same time. The two of them laughed very happily. This kind of hearty and heroic laughter was rare for Shimizu, and it was the same for Wang Lin. After this thorn is taken out, I can recover my cultivation and improve a lot. Slaughter essence, slaughter essence. As Shimizu spoke, there was a flash of sadness in his eyes, but he hid it deeply. He took the jug from Wang Lin and took another sip. "Come, let's take out the last thorn." Shimizu put down the jug and his eyes lit up. This made Wang Lin vaguely see Shimizu from the past. "The last thorn is in the blood vessels of your entire body. This thorn is probably the longest one." Wang Lin looked at the bulging thing in Shimizu's blood vessels and slowly said, "It starts from here. I remember that this thorn entered from here." Shimizu pondered for a moment. He raised his right hand and pointed at his heart. A bloody wound immediately appeared on his chest. The flesh and blood separated, revealing the blue blood vessels below. After taking a deep breath, Shimizu didn't hesitate and directly pulled the blood vessels out of the wound. His expression was calm, as if he couldn't see any pain, but his pupils shrank. This was enough to show how much pain he was in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand forward. He directly cut off the blood vessels in Shimizu's chest. The moment the blood vessels were cut, blood was about to spray out, but Wang Lin immediately used a seal to solidify one end of the blood vessels. Then, two fingers reached into the other end of the blood vessels and squeezed. As if he had grabbed something, Wang Lin suddenly pulled it out. Shimizu's body trembled like never before. His face that had just recovered turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and looked down at the blood vessels in his chest. Under Wang Lin's pull, half of the purple thorn was pulled out. The thorn was even softer, like a snake. When half of it was pulled out, it was still twisting its body. Every time it twisted, more cold sweat appeared on Shimizu's forehead. He grabbed the jug of wine next to him and took another big gulp. The moment he drank the wine, Wang Lin grabbed the purple thorn with his right hand and pulled it out. The thorn twisted and was pulled out 7 feet long. Shimizu's face turned green. His lips trembled and a low roar came from his mouth. He stared at the sky, and the anger in his eyes burned again. Under the intense pain, he crushed the jug of wine in his right hand, and the wine inside sprayed everywhere. "Wang Lin, do you have strong wine?" Wang Lin silently raised his left hand and grabbed at the air. A green wine jug appeared. It wasn't wine, but the flame dragon's blood that old Rosefinch had given him. This blood was very strong. Shimizu took the wine jug and drank it. He took a deep breath and laughed. "There's a fishy smell, but it's also sweet. How is this wine?" "This is clearly blood, but this blood wine is strong enough." "Wang Lin, pull out all the thorns." Wang Lin's eyes were serious. He grabbed the thorns and pulled. As Shimizu roared, more than half of them were pulled out. Countless blue veins popped out on Shimizu's body and moved toward his chest. As Wang Lin pulled, Shimizu's solidified cultivation began to loosen. A monstrous killing intent rose into the sky and turned into rolling black clouds. The killing intent became extremely thick. Patches of black snow slowly fell from the clouds and drifted to the ground. "You rest for a bit. I'll do it myself." A cold light flashed in Shimizu's eyes. He stood up and took another drink from the wine jug in his right hand. His left hand reached out and grabbed the purple thorns on his chest and pulled them out. There was a loud bang as the blue veins on his body wriggled even more violently. Shockingly, quite a bit of the purple thorns were pulled out by Shimizu. "You've sealed me for all these years. Today, come out." Shimizu's voice was extremely cold, as if he didn't care about the pain at all. He grabbed the last part of the purple thorns on his chest and pulled. With a bang, the thorns were torn in half. The half that was connected to the blood vessels immediately shrank, as if it wanted to hide inside the blood vessels again. Shimizu didn't even look at it. He threw away the snake-like thorns and formed a sword with his 2 fingers. An earth-shattering killing intent spread out, and he pressed his 2 fingers into the blood vessels on his chest. "Since you don't want to come out, then you can die inside my body." The moment Shimizu's 2 fingers fell, the falling black snow rushed toward his chest. The killing intent that shocked Wang Lin also rushed into the blood vessels in his body through Shimizu's 2 fingers. Popping sounds came from Shimizu's body. The blue veins on his body wriggled and screamed, but they quickly calmed down. The sharp thorns, which seemed to be alive, were instantly killed by Shimizu's killing intent. Shimizu's body trembled, and he spat out a large amount of black blood. His skinny body swelled up and slowly regrown. He returned to his original appearance. At this moment, the killing intent in his body exploded. The sky turned dark and black snow filled the air. At the end of the sky, an illusory door appeared. The void door. Chapter 1561. Using the slaughter essence to become a third-step cultivator doesn't require the help of Joss Flames. The slaughter essence inside senior brother Shimizu's body was planted by that tea-colored person, but he didn't take it away. Instead, he left most of it behind, allowing senior brother Shimizu to activate the void gate. Wang Lin pondered and instantly analyzed the truth. However, why didn't that tea-colored person take the slaughter essence? Could it be that his goal wasn't the slaughter essence as I expected? If not for the slaughter essence, then what is it? What does he want from senior brother Shimizu? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like something was wrong. Just at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the thorn that was tilted a few inches from Shimizu's head. The top of the head is where life and death meet. The thorn was tilted a few inches, and the 7-colored person said it was the place to start reincarnation. Reincarnation. Reincarnation is illusory. Could it be that the 7-colored person's goal is to let senior brother Shimizu enter reincarnation under the slaughter essence? But even so, what is the use? Also, he said that he is sure I have nothing to do with him. Does this mean that senior brother Shimizu is related to him? If so, what is the connection between them? Wang Lin was puzzled. He seemed to have grasped something, but it was still vague. Ever since he went to the Fallen Land and met the greedy wolf and obtained the 7-colored statue, Wang Lin had vaguely grasped a layer of fog. Behind this fog was a big secret about the inner and outer realms. Due to the existence of the fog, Wang Lin couldn't clearly understand this secret until the first battle in the Cloud Sea, when the old Devil Jean appeared. His conversation with the sovereign made Wang Lin speculate endlessly. In his view, the several battles between the inner and outer realms were all part of this fog, and there were countless connections between them. What is this t-shirt guy looking for? While pondering, Wang Lin remembered the crystal on the black tortoise's back in the 7-colored realm. He had already taken it. A heaven-shaking rumble interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. He looked up and saw Shimizu's long hair fluttering in the wind as he pointed toward the void gate. The door rumbled loudly and showed signs of opening as it trembled. Staring at the void gate, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with desire. He wanted to become a third-step cultivator. Only when his cultivation was high enough would he be able to learn the secret behind this fog and be qualified to revive Li Muin, life and death, karma, and true and false. I need to reach major success in these 3 essences. It shouldn't be too far off. Wang Lin's eyes shone with confidence, and his eyes shone like lightning. Now that I have 2 Tao fruits, with one more, I'll have 90% confidence in succeeding. I'm very close to the 3rd step. Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, the thunderous rumble echoed once more. With a laugh, Shimizu walked toward the void gate. He waved his hand, and monstrous slaughter essence appeared. Black snowflakes gathered like crazy and formed a long sword around his body. Shimizu grabbed the sword and let out a roar as he mercilessly chopped down on the void gate. Today, this celestial lord will open the heaven gate and enter the grand Tao. The might of this sword shook the heavens and earth. It turned into a black storm of slaughter that carried with it a berserk aura of slaughter as it shot towards the void gate. It was getting closer and closer. In an instant, the black sword energy storm was right outside the great void gate. A loud bang shook the entire desolate planet, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. As the storm collided with the void gate, fine cracks appeared on it. Before it could open, a small portion of it collapsed and was forcibly blasted open. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked at Shimizu. The slaughter essence coming from Shimizu's body was stronger than any other essence Wang Lin had seen. This power and aura were extremely shocking. A small portion of the void gate was collapsed by Shimizu's sword and pushed inward. A soft light descended from the gate and shrouded Shimizu's body. This light had no color and filled the sky. It gathered around Shimizu and rapidly entered his body. This caused Shimizu's aura to increase greatly. In an instant, the aura of an early-stage nirvana void cultivator shrouded the world. This aura contained slaughter essence, and countless illusory figures appeared around Shimizu. There were countless figures, and they were all people Shimizu had killed in his life. The moment these endless illusory figures appeared, they trembled as they looked at Shimizu with fear. They seemed to scream, but no sound came out. As the silent screams echoed, the illusory figures trembled as they knelt on the ground and worshipped Qing Shui. However, there was one person who didn't kneel down. She silently looked at Shimizu and revealed a gentle smile. It was a woman. Shimizu stared at the woman, and 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and the woman's smile became even more beautiful. Her gaze was gentle as she slowly walked toward him. The woman gradually got closer and closer until she stood before Shimizu. She stood in Shimizu's right arm and was hugged by Shimizu. Tears flowed down from Shimizu's face. He looked at the woman in his arms and began to cry. He was a dignified celestial lord, a 3rd step cultivator with the slaughter essence. When the 10 thorns were pulled out, he was still a tough guy. He endured the unimaginable pain without letting out a roar or shedding a tear. However, at this moment when he hugged the woman, he cried. He was like a mortal as he hugged the woman tightly. More and more tears flowed down his face. He hugged her very tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, this woman would disappear and leave him forever. The woman bit her lower lip and smiled. There seemed to be tears in her eyes, but the soul had no tears. Even the tears were illusory. One could only see her crying, but there were no tear stains. This was the sorrow of the soul. In Shimizu's embrace, the woman smiled silently and wept silently. She slowly lifted her right hand and gently placed it on Shimizu's face, as if she wanted to wipe away Shimizu's tears. However, she couldn't. The sorrow in Shimizu's eyes would cause anyone to feel heartache. He also lifted his left hand, wanted to touch the woman's hair, but in the end, he couldn't do it either. He watched as the woman in his arms slowly passed through his arm and retreated. There seemed to be some sort of gravitational force pulling her away. Her body was like smoke, and just like her name, she was slowly fading away. Yen! Shimizu threw his head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, he forgot that he had broken open the void gate. He forgot everything. In his eyes, there was only one woman, his wife, Han Yen. In order to retrieve his wife's belongings, he didn't hesitate to destroy the world of slaughter. His love for his wife was everything in his life. It was his happiness, but it was also the source of his pain. Because of the appearance of the void gate, his wife's remnant soul formed from the slaughter essence was about to disappear. The image of the beautiful woman he had remembered for tens of thousands of years was about to disappear. This pain caused Shimizu to let out a mournful roar. He rushed forward. He wanted to keep his wife's soul, even if he didn't want the third step, even if he had to give up everything. He wanted to keep this soul, even though this soul was incomplete and was only a weak projection when the void gate appeared. The woman's figure was growing further and further away. The tears in her eyes were no longer visible, but the sorrow on her face was something that no one would ever be able to forget for the rest of their lives. With sorrow, she continued to smile as she silently looked at Shimizu. Wang Lin looked at all of this. His right hand reached out and a crack to his storage space opened. More than 10 ancient leaves flew out. He didn't know if they could help Shimizu, but he had to try. When the ancient leaves appeared, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal to create 1,000,000 restrictions, causing the ancient leaves to become even more powerful. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the 10 auspicious leaves flew forward. He pointed at the dissipating woman, and the 10 auspicious leaves flew forward. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood. This blood was the power of his mortar bloodline, the blood of a celestial. The moment the golden blood appeared, celestial spiritual energy surrounded the 10 ancient leaves, causing them to turn golden. They blindly passed through Shimizu and surrounded the woman. The woman's body suddenly trembled as a golden aura surrounded her. The dozen or so ancient affliction leaves charged at her and turned into a seal that completely froze her body. Shimizu hugged the woman, and as tears flowed down his face, he muttered some words. The woman also silently hugged Shimizu for what seemed like an eternity. After a long time, Shimizu raised his head and waved his left hand, causing an ancient hairpin to appear. This was the item he obtained when he destroyed the world. He slowly placed the hairpin on the woman's head. Looking at the woman, the sadness in Shimizu's eyes became even stronger. A moment later, he turned to look at Wang Lin, and the gratitude in his eyes was indescribable. His left hand reached out, and the black longsword that had broken open the void gate appeared in his hand. With a shake, all the kneeling souls, aside from the woman, were absorbed into the black sword. An extremely dense slaughter origin aura burst out from the black sword and swept through heaven and earth. Wang Lin, this sword was formed by me breaking the void gate. It helped me break open the void gate and contains the aura of the void realm. It contains the slaughter essence of my life, as well as my soul force. It is formed by the slaughter essence. I'll give it to you. Refine it and comprehend it. Then you will have the slaughter essence. Shimizu threw the black sword toward Wang Lin. It floated motionlessly before Wang Lin. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but be shocked by the slaughter essence it released. This sword was a complete slaughter origin that had reached the advanced stage. This sword could be said to be Shimizu's strongest treasure. It was the first treasure he had obtained as a third-step cultivator. Not all third-step cultivators could condense an essence treasure when breaking the void gate. Those people were extremely rare. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, esteemed Nanzhao, esteemed teacher Tianzhao, Zhou Jin, and Ling Dong couldn't do it. Even Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud couldn't do it. This showed how precious this treasure was. Chapter 1562. The Void Gate was broken, and the Nirvana force flowed. Shimizu was wearing a green robe, and his wife, Han Yan's soul, was carefully placed in his chest. It turned into a mark that was placed on his chest. It wasn't that he couldn't put it in his storage space, but Shimizu was reluctant. The slaughter sword was something that Shimizu insisted on giving away, and it was taken away by Wang Lin. Wang Lin already had a small amount of slaughter essence, and it was born after the first battle in the Cloud Sea. However, this essence was very weak and had only just been born. With this slaughter sword, Wang Lin's essence became 6 essences. As for the battle mark that wasn't an essence, it had already turned into a star of law and was deeply imprinted in Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't intend to immediately refine the slaughter essence. It wasn't time yet. He wanted to wait until his karma, life and death, and true and false essences had all reached completion. Then he would break the void gate and absorb the slaughter essence. He would open the void gate in one fell swoop and become an extremely rare cultivator with 6 essences. Shimizu descended from the sky and silently looked at the gradually dissipating void gate. His right hand reached at the void and grabbed the green dragon blood jug. He took a sip and the spicy taste caused his eyes to become cold. He handed the jug to Wang Lin. The two of them looked at the disappearing great void gate and faced the cold wind. As the wind howled, dust was kicked up on the ground, and they silently drank wine. No one spoke. Wang Lin didn't ask Shimizu if he had found the answer he wanted to know in the 7-colored realm. Shimizu also didn't say anything. Only he knew what he had found and what he had comprehended. However, the more he understood, the more silent he became. A cold light flashed in Shimizu's eyes, but there was a bitter expression on his face. He took the jug of wine from Wang Lin, took another big gulp, and laughed loudly. Wang Lin, promise me one thing. Shimizu's laughter was filled with determination as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't say anything and just nodded. If one day I die, and if I still have a complete corpse, then I will take it and bury it in my hometown. Don't leave my name on the tombstone. That'll be the best place for me to return to. Shimizu looked up into the sky. If the family is also gone. Wang Lin was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Then be buried in the heavens and earth. Shimizu drank a mouthful of dragon blood. A few lines of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. When the sunlight shone on it, it emitted a red glow. All right. Wang Lin took the jug of wine from Shimizu's hand and drank it. His expression was serious, and his eyes flashed. If I die before you, send me back to Suzaku, the state of Zhao, the Wang clan. Shimizu looked at Wang Lin and slowly nodded. This was a promise. The dragon blood wine was strong and intoxicating, but it couldn't get Wang Lin drunk, much less Shimizu drunk. There wasn't much wine left. They sat on the ground, and, as the void door disappeared, they drank and drank until it was almost empty. Wang Lin, I've never asked you, do you have a son? Shimizu said softly with a lonely expression on his face. I have a son. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as he took a big gulp of the dragon blood wine. When it entered his stomach, it was no longer spicy, but rather stinging. I have a daughter. Shimizu opened his eyes, and they were filled with reminiscence. That reminiscence was bitter. But I can't find her. Perhaps she's already gone forever. Shimizu's reminiscence was filled with sorrow. He still remembered the moment he woke up, the moment he hugged his wife's corpse and howled. In the distance, amidst the blood and the wreckage, there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl hugging a dead red-crowned crane. Her empty eyes were looking at him, at her mother. Perhaps she has already entered the cycle of reincarnation, or perhaps she has already been reincarnated. However, on her left shoulder, I left a red mark on her when she was born. That mark will accompany her forever. If you ever meet a girl like her, please take care of her for me. The illusory door in the sky finally disappeared. Shimizu stood up and let out a long breath. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wang Lin, I want to kill. Shimizu raised his right hand, and an extremely powerful slaughter essence erupted from his body. It gathered in his right hand, causing his hand to be covered in a cold, black aura. The cold aura floated into the air, causing the entire abandoned planet to be filled with coldness. The slaughter essence was a very special essence, and very few people had it. However, once one had it, they could easily break through the void gate. This essence was the limit of slaughter. Although Shimizu was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, with the slaughter essence and his tens of thousands of years of battle experience, even late-stage Nirvana Void cultivators would be shocked by his slaughter essence. Killing. Good. Wang Lin got up and stepped into the sky. Ripples echoed under his feet, and he disappeared. Shimizu's body was covered in coldness, and he also stepped into the ripples that Wang Lin disappeared into. If the entire brilliant void was a lake, and the floating planets were the cultivation planets, then there were two parallel ripples on the surface of the lake. It was as if two swordfish were rapidly moving through the water. There weren't many Outer Realm cultivators in the brilliant void. After all, the Cultivation Alliance was their temporary headquarters, and almost all the Outer Realm cultivators had died in the slaughter that had shaken the entire star system. That slaughter was caused by a pair of teacher and disciple. With Master Longpan's absolute cultivation level, very few Outer Realm cultivators could survive. However, Master Longpan's target was the Summoned River. He didn't stop in the brilliant void, so he left some fish that escaped the net. The three Outer Realm cultivators with marks between their eyebrows were filled with panic as they carefully moved through the star system. They didn't even dare to move too fast in fear of attracting too much attention. There's no response from the Jade. I fear everyone else is in danger. Damn it, what the hell happened? We can't go back to the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. I'm afraid something happened there. Could it be that the Inner Realm's counterattack was not powerful enough? We should find a cultivation planet to hide and wait for the army to kill before we appear. The three of them sent voice transmissions to each other as they moved forward. However, just at this moment, two ripples passed by to their right. One of the ripples contained a monstrous slaughter aura and directly passed by the three of them. There were no miserable screams. After the two ripples passed, the three Outer Realm cultivators trembled and countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Their origin souls shattered and they died. The same scene happened in the Brilliant Void, the Luo Tian, and the Cloud Sea. After Master Longpan's slaughter, the few remaining Outer Realm cultivators experienced Shimizu's madness once more. Blood blossomed as the final beauty of their lives bloomed. After the two ripples swept by the three star systems, they charged into the Summoned River. The Summoned River was a place completely occupied by Outer Realm cultivators, and there were many Outer Realm cultivators here. The moment they entered the Summoned River, a thick smell of blood filled the air. However, this smell couldn't stop the two ripples from flying past the cultivation planets one by one. Finally, they charged into the depths of the Summoned River, the last seven-colored realm. This was where Master Hongshan's original body was sealed. Among the stars, there was a giant spatial crack that gave off bursts of seven-colored light. Outside the spatial crack, there were broken limbs everywhere, and a large amount of Outer Realm cultivators had died tragically. Thunderous rumbles continued to come from the seven-colored realm. It was clear that an intense battle was taking place inside. The two ripples suddenly closed in, and they contained monstrous slaughter intent. As they closed in, the space behind them froze, and they charged toward the seven-colored spatial crack. As he arrived, the severed limbs and countless corpses outside the crack were all enveloped in ice, and the cold air was oppressive. The ripples containing slaughter intent dissipated the moment they arrived at the seven-colored spatial crack. Shimizu walked out and stepped into the seven-colored realm without hesitation. Wang Lin's body also appeared, and he stepped in while feeling a bit tired. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the seven-colored realm of the Summoned River, he heard miserable screams. This seven-colored realm was different from the two places Wang Lin had seen before. This place was made up of several floating continents. However, at this moment, the surroundings were filled with fragments of the collapsed continents. There were only 3 floating continents left. On one of the 3 continents, Master Longpan was fighting with a black-robed old man. Every time the two of them waved their hands, the earth would shake and the sky would rumble. Wang Lin had seen the old man in black before. He was the Sovereign Council's Heaven Punishment Palace's lord who had been trapped by the Lord of the Sealed Realm Spirit during the first battle in the Cloud Sea. This person's cultivation level was second only to the 5 sovereigns in the ancient star system. He was at the early stage of Arcane Void. He wasn't at the early stage of Arcane Void like Master Longpan, but at the true early stage of Arcane Void. Tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators were sitting below the 3 floating continents and chanting. Slivers of Joss flames appeared above their heads and turned into strange creatures. They let out roars as they surrounded Master Longpan and the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. They attacked along with them. Shimizu arrived before Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, he looked at Master Longpan and the Heaven Punishment Palace's Lord. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he charged at the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. The miserable screams that Wang Lin had heard when he entered had come from these tens of thousands of cultivators. Shimizu was bloodthirsty, especially now that his slaughter essence had broken open the void gate. His bloodthirst had reached a peak. He had spent his life in slaughter, and now that he had charged out, he could kill with a wave of his hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked past Master Longpan and the Heaven Punishment Palace's Lord. He saw a giant Dao fruit hanging down from the 7-colored cloud above them. Chapter 1563. The Dao fruit was faintly transparent, and one could clearly see a boy glowing red inside. The boy sat cross-legged inside with a pained expression on his face. Countless strands of the Dao fruit were connected to his body as if they were absorbing nutrients from him. This boy was Master Hong Shan's original body. He didn't have the heaven-defying bead, so he couldn't absorb the Dao intent inside the Dao fruit. His only fate was death. The slaughter continued, and miserable screams echoed from all directions. The strange creatures surrounding Master Longpan and attacking the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord scattered. They charged at the indifferent Shimizu, who was killing like he was mowing grass. In front of this lord, a mere ghostly being dares to bare its fangs. There was a flash of coldness in Shimizu's eyes, and he waved his left hand. A black storm appeared. This black storm contained the slaughter essence, and when it collided with the strange creatures, it collapsed. The slaughter origin within it quickly scattered and swept past the group of strange creatures that were rushing over. The moment it swept by, these creatures all trembled and cracking sounds came from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they turned into pieces of black ice. They were all frozen. If it was just ice, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there were countless icicles that pierced through these strange creatures. Wang Lin stepped forward. He didn't look at the Outer Realm cultivators that Shimizu was killing or where Master Longpan was fighting. Instead, he moved very fast and closed in on the Dao fruit under the 7-colored clouds. All of this happened in an instant. From the moment Wang Lin and Shimizu entered this place, only a few breaths of time had passed. The Heaven Punishment Palace's Lord suddenly turned around and immediately saw Wang Lin. He was shocked. Lord of the Sealed Realm. There was a flash of killing intent in the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's eyes, and he was about to retreat. However, Master Longpan's expression was cold, and he waved his sleeve. An ancient aura appeared and blocked the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. There's no victor between you and me. With Master Longpan blocking him, there was a flash of coldness in the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's eyes. When he saw Wang Lin going toward the Dao fruit, he ignored him. In his view, aside from the title of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin's cultivation level was too weak. This was especially so when he tried to save Hong Shan. He was overestimating himself. He formed a seal with his hands and gathered Joss flames to fight Master Longpan again. This was the 7-colored realm. As Wang Lin stepped forward, he arrived next to the Dao fruit. Looking at redwood inside, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand hit the Dao fruit. There was a thunderous bang, and a rebound force came from the Dao fruit and landed on Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin to retreat a few steps, and as he looked up, there was a flash of deduction in his eyes. After the Dao fruit was hit by Wang Lin, the line connected to Redwood's body twisted and transferred all of its power into Redwood's body. Redwood's expression became even more painful, and her eyes became even more empty. Wang Lin stepped forward and his right hand hit 6 times. The rebound force rumbled, but the Dao fruit didn't change at all. Only Redwood's expression became even more painful, and her eyes became even more empty. With your mere cultivation, you dare to destroy the Tao fruit to save someone? Forget you. Not even the old man can destroy this Tao fruit. I want to see how you save Redwood. How could the seal placed by the sovereign be broken by someone like you? The more you attack, the more you will help the Tao fruit refine Hongshan and make it a puppet of the outer realm. The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord glanced around and sneered when he saw this scene. Wang Lin stood before the Tao fruit. When he heard the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's words, he looked back at him and slowly spoke. Is that so? The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord sneered. He was a bit worried about Wang Lin's status as the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Perhaps Wang Lin had some strange method to break the Tao fruit. After all, he had a deep impression of how strong the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm was. However, he relaxed now. He was certain that Wang Lin couldn't break the Tao fruit. Now that he relaxed, his eyes lit up. As he battled with Master Long Pan, his gaze swept toward Shimizu. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Slaughter Essence. It's actually the Slaughter Essence. Once they join forces, this battle will be difficult. I need to choose to retreat. During the battle, the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's body flickered and his hands formed a seal. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and he shook off Master Long Pan. He then stepped toward the exit of the Seven-Colored Realm. If the three of you work together, you might really be able to save Redwood. Old man, goodbye. The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's body flashed, and he was about to leave. However, just at this moment, Shimizu suddenly raised his head and waved his right hand. Black gas appeared, and the slaughter essence spread out, forming a layer of ice. It wasn't an attack, but it flew toward the exit. The moment it landed, it turned into ice and sealed the exit. This lord hasn't killed enough. Master Longpan also raised his right hand and formed a seal. A mountain and river painting appeared and blocked in front of the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. Then he charged at the old man in black. The old man isn't satisfied either. Don't be in a rush to leave. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Heaven Punishment Palace Master. He suddenly turned around and looked at Qing Shui and Master Longpan with a gloomy expression. He no longer left. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and his Joss Flame world appeared behind him. If you don't let the old man leave, then you will have to pay the price. Master Long Pan silently pondered, and his right hand formed a seal. The mountain and river painting suddenly released a suction force. The mountains and rivers seemed to awaken and appeared in the tea-colored realm. Master Long Pan took a step forward, and his entire body disappeared. He actually merged with the mountain and river painting and pressed down on the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. He had already ignited his life force. Now that he was attacking, he didn't care about his own safety at all. The mountains and rivers turned into a huge palm. This palm was burning, and Master Long Pan's strongest cultivation base erupted. He grabbed at the Heaven Punishment Hall Lord. At this moment, Shimizu raised his head. His right hand formed a seal, and he calmly said, "Dark Moon." The moment he spoke, Shimizu waved his right hand and pointed at the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. The seven-colored realm trembled, and dark clouds appeared around the old man in black. This dark cloud appeared very suddenly. In an instant, a round totem appeared on the old man in black's face. A totem appeared out of nowhere, and at the same time, a totem appeared. This totem looked like a bright moon, clear moon. Killing intent flashed in Shimizu's eyes, and the bright moon on the old man's face erupted with rays of light. This light was like sunlight, and the moment it appeared, it seemed like it was going to collapse the bright moon on the old man's face. Baifan's spell. This is Baifan's third layer 6 Dao spell. Baifan is dead. You are Shimizu. The bright moon on the old man's face distorted. If this was any other time, with his powerful cultivation base, he would be able to resist this spell. However, the moment the sunlight shone brightly on his face, the giant palm formed by Master Long Pan that had burned everything behind him closed in with a loud rumble. Qing Shui stepped forward, and a shocking killing intent filled the air as he charged at the black-robed old man. When Shimizu and Master Longpan attacked at the same time, thunderous rumbles echoed across the entire seven-colored realm. It turned into a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. The three continents floating in the sky collapsed under this impact. As they were pushed back, they shattered once more and turned into dust. The surrounding outer realm cultivators that hadn't been killed by Shimizu had nowhere to hide. Although they had taken out their strongest treasures, they all died under this shockwave. The entire seven-colored realm seemed to be flattened and began to collapse on a large scale. The palm formed by Master Longpan shattered under the shockwave. Master Longpan reappeared and retreated several dozen feet. He coughed out a mouthful of origin energy and looked weak, but his eyes were still calm. Shimizu's body was knocked back. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, so although his slaughter essence was powerful, he was still injured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was extremely cold. The Lord of the Heaven Punishment Hall coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and the countless joss flames that had blocked the attacks from the two of them were extinguished. As the bright moon disappeared, 5 deep cracks appeared on his face. The cracks went deep into his head and spread to his body. Bursts of sunlight came out from the cracks. As it spread, a powerful pain enveloped the old man in black, and slaughter essence attacked his body. Half of his clothes were damaged, and there was a giant palm print on his back. This palm print contained mountains and rivers, causing the old man's body to instantly wither. His expression was gloomy, and he coldly said, "I'll help you save Master Hongshan. We can work together to open the Dao fruit, and use this to exchange for the old man leaving. How about it? Otherwise, if the old man is seriously injured, both of you will die with him." "No need." What answered him was Wang Lin's cold voice. Under the old man's gaze of disbelief, Wang Lin raised his right hand and a soft light spread out. He reached into the Dao fruit and didn't cause any backlash. He grabbed Hongshan and pulled him out of the Dao fruit. The countless threads connecting Hongshan's body collapsed under Wang Lin's attack. Hongshan's hollow eyes immediately regained their luster. "No one understands this Dao fruit better than me. Not even the sovereign you speak of." Wang Lin let go of Hongshan and waved his right hand at the branch on the Dao fruit. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword cut off the branch. The Dao fruit fell and was caught by Wang Lin. He turned to look at the shocked Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. "This is impossible." The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord subconsciously retreated a few steps and stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin had so easily rescued Hongshan. Wang Lin waved his hand and put away the Dao fruit in his hand. He calmly said, "I planted a Dao fruit and absorbed it all." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.